Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. We found it on the first day, which feels significant. Not that we found it, but that it was the first thing we found before we'd even finished carrying boxes in from the car. Nadia discovered it while I was downstairs arguing with the agent about the water pressure. It was tucked at the back of the bedroom cupboard on the highest shelf, pushed against the wall in a way that things get pushed when someone wants them out of reach, but can't quite commit to throwing them away. It was strange. She brought it downstairs and set it on the kitchen counter. I looked at it for a long time before I touched it. It was a piece of flat wood, sanded smooth, roughly the size of a chopping board but thinner. Someone had drawn on it in black ink, the letters of the alphabet arranged in two neat arches across the upper half, numbers 0 through 9 in a line beneath them, and at the bottom, the words yes and no in opposite corners, goodbye in the center. The writing was careful, not printed in the way that you'd print something for function, but drawn with attention. Each letter formed deliberately, the whole thing laid out with a precision that suggested the person who made it had done some preparation before they put pen to wood. There were no smudges or corrections, no places where the ink had slipped. Whatever this was made for, it had been made with intention. The planchette was a small piece of the same wood, tear-shaped, with a hole bored through the center, the narrow end, and the edges sanded down to a smooth finish, the same as the board. It sat beside the board on the counter, like it had been waiting there specifically for us. Nadia said we should try it. I said that was a terrible idea, and we tried it that night. We lit candles because the overhead light in the kitchen was harsh and the atmosphere felt like it called for something different. We sat across from each other at the kitchen table, the board in between us, fingers on the planchette, and I want to be honest about my state of mind going in. I was skeptical in the way that people are skeptical when they're also hoping to be proven wrong. I wanted something to happen. I was curious about the board, about who had made it, and what they'd used it for, and that curiosity was stronger than my better judgment, I guess. We asked the usual questions, whether anyone was there, whether anyone wanted to communicate. The planchette sat still under our fingers for long enough that Nadia started to say something about dinner, and I started to agree with her. And then it moved, not towards a letter. That's what I need to explain about how this board behaved differently from every account that I've ever read since. It didn't spell anything. It didn't answer questions with yes in the corner or track towards goodbye at the bottom. It moved in circles. Slow, deliberate, continuous circles that covered the whole surface of the board, passing over every letter and number without stopping on any of them. This wasn't an unconscious muscular movement, the kind that skeptics correctly identify as the explanation for planchette activity. This was not us. I know how my own hands move when I'm moving them without realizing it. This was something different. Nadia's eyes met mine across the table. She didn't say anything, and neither did I. The circles continued for perhaps 2 minutes. Then the planchette stopped in the exact center of the board, over the word goodbye, and stayed there. We hadn't asked it to stop. We hadn't said goodbye. We hadn't formally closed anything. It simply stopped on its own, positioned over the one word on the board that indicated an ending, and it sat still. We lifted our fingers. The kitchen felt different. Not colder or darker, nothing that lends itself to an easy description, really. Just different. I turned the board over that night after Nadia went to bed. On the underside, in the same careful black ink, was a name, just a first name, Ruth, and beneath it was a date that I won't reproduce here out of some instinct I can't fully justify. The date was old enough that Ruth, if she'd made this in her own lifetime, would be long dead. I looked at the name for a while, thought about the shelf at the back of the cupboard, the precision of the lettering, the way the planchette had been kept beside the board as though they were a set, as though whoever left them had understood that one was useless without the other. I thought about what it meant to make something like this by hand rather than buying it, the hours that it would have taken, the intention it would have required. You can't make a board like this casually. You make it because you want something specific, because a manufactured thing feels insufficient for whatever purpose you have in mind, because the making of it itself is part of the ritual, because something handmade carries the maker in it in a way that something mass-produced does not. Ruth had made this for a reason, and she'd left it behind, or not been able to take it with her, or left it specifically for whoever came next. I put the board back on the high shelf. We used it 4 times over the following month. I'm not really proud of that. Each time we told ourselves that it would be the last, and each time the compulsion to go back was stronger than the decision to stop, which I recognized as a pattern worth examining. The circles came every time, never letters or numbers, no yes or no, just the slow, continuous circuit of the whole board. Every letter passed over without acknowledgement, and then the stop at goodbye. And then the changed quality of the room afterwards that we'd learned to sit with until it faded. We tried asking about Ruth directly. We spelled the name out loud over the board on the 3rd session, asked if she had made it, asked what she had used it for. The circles continued uninterrupted. Whatever the board was doing, it wasn't answering questions. It wasn't communicating in any conventional sense of the word. It was doing something else entirely. Something that used the board's surface as a space rather than a language, moving across it in a way that felt less like speech and more like, the only word I've found is traversal. Like something crossing the board the way you'd cross a room. The handmade quality of it felt relevant in a way that I couldn't articulate then and can only partially articulate now. A manufactured board is a product, generic, made for a general market, not collaborated to anything specific. But whatever Ruth had put into this one, the hours of careful lettering, the smooth finish, and the matching planchette, I think it had made something more particular. A door built to a specific measurement, fitting a specific frame, and whatever came through it came through because it fit, because she'd made it to fit, for reasons that she took with her when she left or died or moved or whatever came next. We moved out after 4 months of being there. The relationship between the ending of our tenancy and the board was not something Nadia and I discussed directly. But we also didn't renew when the option came up, and we packed without going near the bedroom cupboard. I wouldn't say we felt anything particularly bad at that place, but we did feel that particular need to move on, whatever that means. On the last morning there, I remember putting the board and the planchette back on the high shelf exactly as we'd found them. I thought about whether that was the right thing to do, whether I should have taken it or destroyed it or given it to someone who knew what to do with it. Whether leaving it there means that whoever comes next will find it on their own on the first day like we did. Maybe take it downstairs, set it on the kitchen counter, and decide to try it that night. I think they will. I think that's what it's there for. And for anyone who's had odd encounters or experiences, I don't think it's that strange to create your own lore, And I've sort of decided that Ruth made it to be found and used. I think she made it well enough that it'll keep being found and keep being used, keep doing whatever it does when it circles and goes to goodbye, all the way until the wood rots or the house comes down or something intervenes that I can't predict. Either way, whatever else is true, Ruth managed to make something that lasted. We didn't really want to use the board. That's the thing I always go back to. It was Reese's idea. The way most bad ideas that night were Reese's idea. He'd found it in one of the upstairs rooms when we were exploring, tucked under a rotting window seat, like someone had hidden it there. And he carried it downstairs with the energy of someone who had just improved the evening considerably. I remember the rest of us groaned, made the appropriate noises about it being stupid, and then sat around it anyway. Because we were 16 and it was an abandoned house on a Friday night and there was nothing else to do. There were 5 of us. Reese, who'd found the board, Maya, her older brother Dom, who technically brought us there because Dom knew how to get inside, and Priya, who had already said twice that she didn't want to touch it. And me, of course, holding a torch and wishing that I'd stayed home. The house had been empty for a better part of a decade, which out where we grew up was not unusual, not enough to attract much attention. That part of the country has a particular relationship with abandonment. Farms folded into themselves at the end of long driveways, storefronts that went dark one winter and never reopened. Houses that had passed through a succession of owners and then simply stopped passing. Nobody condemned them. Nobody boarded them up with any real conviction. They stood at the edges of things, and the grass grew up around them. Eventually, they became part of the landscape, the way a tree stump does. Something you stop seeing because it's always been there. The Victorian, it was like that. A large house on a dirt road at the edge of town, its porch sagging, its upper windows gone to gray. A for sale sign at the end of the drive so sun-bleached that it had become more of a suggestion than an announcement. It had passed through a series of owners, none of whom had stayed long, though we didn't know the specifics of that at the time. We knew it was empty, inaccessible, and far enough from anything occupied that no one would hear us. Out there, that was enough. We sat on the floor of the front room, the board between us, torch propped against the wall. Reese lit 2 candles that we'd brought specifically for this, which told you something about the level of premeditation involved. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. The planchette was this dull, warped thing that barely slid on the old board, moved twice weakly, in directions that could generously be described as intentional. Reese asked questions in a voice that was clearly trying to make things more dramatic. Dom kept laughing at the wrong moments. Priya had her fingers on it so lightly that she could barely have been making contact. Then Dom asked, half-jokingly, whether anything in the house wanted us to leave. The planchette didn't move. What happened instead was that the room got cold. Not the gradual drop of a draughty old building. Sudden, total. So cold it made us want to check the windows, see if one had blown open because it had to have come from somewhere. We all felt it at the exact same moment. I saw Maya pull her jacket tighter without saying anything. Saw Priya's breath appear in a small cloud in front of her face. But nobody said anything for a moment. Then, Reese said that we should close it. And for once, nobody argued with him. We moved the planchette to goodbye. Reese said whatever you're supposed to say at the end. None of us were entirely sure of the protocol, but we said something, an acknowledgement that we were done, that the session was closed. The cold had not lifted. Dom put the board back in the box. Reese kicked the box toward the far wall. And then we just sat there for a moment, just waiting, feeling like something had shifted in the room, but nobody wanted to be the first to act. Priya said that she needed some water, and did anyone know if there was a tap still running in the kitchen? There wasn't, we were fairly sure. But it was a reason to move, and we all took it. The kitchen was at the back of the house, through a hallway and past the staircase. We'd been through it earlier in the evening, a large bare room, the fittings mostly stripped, one window overlooking the rear garden, 2 doors, the one we came through from the hall, and one on the opposite wall that led to a small utility room, one that we'd already looked in. It was empty. A concrete floor, a boarded window, a smell of damp and old plaster. Nothing in it. We had all been in there at the start of the night and established this together. We were standing in the kitchen talking about nothing, the tension of the board session starting to dissolve, the way that it does when you're back on your feet and moving. When Dom stopped talking mid-sentence. He was looking at the utility room door. It was open, not wide, 6 inches, maybe 8, a strip of darkness beyond it. We'd closed it when we checked it earlier. I remembered this specifically because the latch had been stiff, and Dom had had to pull it firm. We'd all been in the kitchen together since coming downstairs. Nobody had gone near it. Maya said, "Did someone open that?" Nobody answered because the answer was no, and we all knew it. Reese took the torch and pushed the door fully open. The utility room was the same as before. Concrete floor, boarded up windows. Cold. Colder than the kitchen. Colder than the front room had been during the board session. This was a cold with a density to it that didn't belong to an empty room in April. The torch beam moved across the floor, the walls, the ceiling. In the far corner, on the concrete floor, was a single dark handprint. Not smeared or partial, a full, flat handprint. The fingers pressed together, the heel of the palm down, like someone had placed their hand deliberately on the floor and applied pressure. It was wet. In the torchlight, it had a shine to it that the rest of the concrete didn't have, which meant it was recent, which meant it hadn't been there 2 hours ago when we all stood in that exact room. We'd all confirmed that it was empty. None of us said anything for what felt like a pretty long time. Then Maya walked out of the kitchen, not running, just walking quickly, with the focused energy of someone who had made a decision. Dom followed her, then Priya. I looked at Reese, who was still holding the torch on the handprint with an expression that I'd never seen on his face before. And I said his name once. He turned off the torch and we left. As Reese and I were walking out, he looked at me, still terrified, and he asked, "Did you hear that? You heard it, right?" He was scared, but I hadn't heard anything. I asked him, "Heard what?" And he just looked down at his feet and started walking faster. None of us talked about it on the walk back, not properly. Someone said it was probably nothing at some point, and nobody agreed, but nobody disagreed, because that statement didn't require a response. We went back to Dom's car, we drove home, and I've thought about it often in the years since, especially wondering, what did Reese hear? And also, what made that handprint? Because I know for a fact it was none of us. There's always that question that I have too, wondering if we closed it out properly. And does it matter? You know, whether saying goodbye or closing the board really closes anything at all, or whether it just gives you permission to stop paying attention. I'm not sure, but I've never used one since, and I don't recommend it. There were 4 of us the night that we used the board. Myself and 3 friends that I'll call by initials, only because 2 of them have asked me not to tell the story, and I'm telling it anyway, which is already a small betrayal. J, who brought the board. M, who had done it before and considered herself the authority on protocol. And P, who spent most of the session with his fingers barely touching the planchette, maintaining plausible deniability. We were 18, and in retrospect, it feels like this night exists specifically to become a story. A rented house, first year away from home, the particular freedom of being unsupervised for the first time and not entirely sure what to do with it. The session itself was what I believed it would be, unremarkable. The planchette moved. We asked questions. It answered in a way that it always seemed to answer. Partial, ambiguous, just coherent enough to keep you engaged, and just suspicious enough for me to believe somebody else was involved. M closed it properly, or said that she did. We put the board away and we made food, watched something, and went to bed. That was October. What started happening to me in November is something the other 3 have not experienced. I've asked. None of them have lost sleep over it. None of them had had to change anything. None of them think about that night with any particular frequency. It found me, specifically. I've spent a long time trying to understand why, but I've made no progress, so I've stopped trying. The first dream was 3 weeks after the session. I was in a house that I didn't recognize, moving through rooms in the particular way of dreams where you understand the architecture without having learned it. I knew where each door led before I opened it. I knew the house, in other words, though I'd never been there. At the end of the hallway, there was a room with the door slightly open and the light coming through the gap. I understood with the certainty that only exists in dreams that I should not open it further. That whatever was on the other side was aware of me and had been for some time and was simply waiting to see what I would do. I woke up before I touched the door. The dream came back the following week, identical in every detail. Same house, same hallway, same door with the light. I got a little closer this time before I woke up, close enough to put my hand on the wood. The week after that, I opened it. The room was empty. That's what confused me the most when I woke up. I'd built so much dread around what might be on the other side, and what was on the other side was nothing. Just a bare room, a single window. I stood in the doorway for a long time in the dream, and nothing happened. The room was simply a room, empty and still. And I looked at it, and it looked back in the way that empty rooms sometimes do. And then I woke up. I lay in bed afterwards with this feeling that I'd made an error, that the dread that I'd built up had been correct, and the empty room was not a relief, but a different kind of warning. That something that had wanted to be seen had shown me the least alarming version of itself on purpose. A calculated reveal sort of thing. It had understood that an empty room would bring me back more reliably than whatever else it could have shown me. And it was right. I went back every week for 4 months. The room was never empty in the same way twice. There was no figure or movement, nothing that could be described plainly as a presence, but it was different each time in the way that accumulated. The quality of light shifting from morning to something that had no particular time of day. The window showing different weather than the week before. Once, a smell that I have never been able to identify, but that I recognized immediately upon entering as belonging to that room and nothing else. Once on a night in February, the faint impression in the floorboards near the window, it could have been a shadow, but it also could have been the outline of something that had been standing there long enough to leave a mark. I stopped sleeping well. It didn't even seem to be the fault of the dreams themselves. But it was sort of like the anticipation. Lying down became the act of going back, whether I wanted to or not. And something on the other side of that door had learned my schedule better than I knew myself. I told Jay in the spring. She listened carefully and then said that she thought that I should see someone, meaning a therapist, meaning she was drawing the most reasonable conclusion available to her from the outside. I don't hold it against her. From the outside, it sounds like a sleep disorder dressed up in ritual. I didn't tell M and P. M, she would have made it about the board and her authority over it. I wasn't interested in that conversation. P would have been relieved that it wasn't him and tried to hide it, which I think would have made me feel worse. I dealt with it how I deal with most things, alone, incrementally, over time. I learned that it came less frequently when I didn't try to avoid it. That resistance seemed to function as interest on a debt. I learned the room well enough that the unfamiliar details stopped alarming me. I learned eventually that whatever had chosen me out of the four of us that night was not going to stop, and it wasn't going to escalate. It was just simply going to be at the end of the hallway, in the room with the windows, waiting with the patience of something that doesn't experience time the way that I do. I'm 26 now, and I still go back most weeks. The room, it's familiar to me now. Kind of how any place becomes familiar after you've spent so much time. Not exactly comfortable, but known. Mine in a way that I didn't really choose, but I can't really undo. The door at the end of the hallway, it's always open now. I stopped closing it a long time ago. There didn't seem to be much point. At this rate, I'd just love to dream about anything else. My sister Rennie used a Ouija board when she was 17. She used it once, alone in her bedroom on a night that my parents were out and I was at a friend's house. And she never did it again. She told me about it years later in an offhand way, how people mention things once they've decided to stop thinking about it, briefly, without detail, moving on quickly. She said nothing happened, that the planchette barely moved, that she'd felt stupid and put it away, and that was that. I believed her. Rennie wasn't dramatic. She wasn't the kind of person who embellished or said things. But what I've never really been able to reconcile is everything that came after. It started small, the way that things apparently always do. A dish moved from one side of the kitchen counter to the other, between the time my mother set it down and the time she came back to it. A book my father was certain that he'd left on the nightstand appearing on the kitchen table in the morning. Shoes relocated, keys found in rooms that nobody had been in. These are the kinds of things that you can explain away as a household, absorb them without comment, blame it on a distraction, on someone else, or the general entropy of a busy family moving through a shared space. Except it didn't stop, and it didn't stay small. The objects that moved were always ordinary. That's what made it difficult to talk about seriously without feeling foolish. Nothing that announced itself as impossible. Just the quiet, persistent wrongness of a house where things were never quite where you left them. My mother started keeping a mental inventory without realizing she was doing it, double-checking placements before she left a room, kind of how you check for a locked door. My father stopped trusting his own memory for a while, genuinely believed that he was losing something upstairs. I was 12 when it started, and I just thought our family was careless until I was old enough to notice that other families didn't live this way. And then the photographs. The first one appeared on the refrigerator when I was 14, a photograph that none of us recognized. Small, slightly overexposed, showing the interior of a room that didn't belong to any house that we'd ever lived in. A bare room, wooden floor, a single window with light coming through at a low angle. Nobody in it, no writing on the back. My mother asked everyone. Nobody claimed it. She put it in a drawer and didn't throw it away, which I've always found interesting. Like some part of her understood that throwing it away would be a declaration of something she wasn't ready to make. 3 weeks later, there was another one. Same style, same slightly overexposed quality, showing a different empty room in what appeared to be the same house. Again, nobody recognized it. Again, my mother put it in the drawer. By the time I left for college, there were 11 photographs in that drawer. Always rooms, always empty, and always the same quality of light that suggested early morning, late afternoon. A day ending or beginning somewhere that none of us had ever been. My parents stopped asking where they had came from after the fourth or fifth one. The question had no answer, and they had learned to live around it, treating it more like a draft in an old house, acknowledging it without addressing it, managing rather than solving. I asked Rennie about it directly when we were both adults, home for a holiday, sitting in the kitchen with the drawer 3 feet away from us. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said that she didn't think the board had done anything, that she'd sat in her bedroom at 17 and felt nothing, and she'd always believed that. I asked her if she still believed it, but she looked at the drawer. She said she didn't know what she believed, that she'd spent a long time wanting it to be a coincidence, and she'd mostly managed it, that the photographs were a part that she couldn't make coincidence fit no matter how she tried, because coincidence required a source, and there was no source. They just appeared. They appeared, and nobody brought them. Nobody knew the rooms in them, and they just kept coming. And she had never used the board again, and it hadn't mattered. We sat there for a while. Then we went back to the holiday and didn't discuss it again, which is the family way, which is perhaps also part of the problem. The drawer has 31 photographs in it now. My mother called to tell me when it hit 31. She didn't say anything else about it, though, and neither did I. We're good at that. I've only used a Ouija board once in my life. It was at a friend's apartment in college, on the second floor of a building that always smelled like someone else's dinner. 5 of us were there. We'd pushed the coffee table aside, sat cross-legged on the carpet, and passed around a bottle of cheap wine until our teeth looked a little bit stained in the candlelight. Once proper buzzed, someone produced the board from the back of a closet. Creased lid, corners taped. It looked like an old Halloween decoration. I wasn't a believer. I don't think any of us were. Not really. We were bored, maybe, and curious. Felt like a dare without consequences sort of thing. We started with the usual questions of, is anyone there? What's your name? The planchette didn't do anything. One of my friends said we needed to refocus, that we shouldn't have drank before, that they read that was bad or something. So we closed our eyes, took a deep breath, and continued to ask questions. The planchette actually crept. It was suspicious. We were looking at each other, sort of rapid fire, wondering who's the culprit. I was thinking of excusing myself. I suddenly didn't like that it was moving. But then it changed. The little pointer steadied, like someone more sure of themselves had taken over. It slid cleanly, without a hitch. Month, day, and year. October 17th, 2024. We all laughed uncomfortably. What's supposed to happen? Someone asked. We waited, but nothing. The planchette sat in the middle of the board like a dead moth. Someone made a joke about my future wedding date. Someone else said it was probably when I'd finally pay them back for pizza. They were targeting me because I'd asked the question. But My question didn't warrant a date, did it? I just said, tell us something we don't know. We eventually moved on to music and snacks, talking about who liked who, what we were doing that month, all that stuff. But even through it all, I still kept thinking about that date. It stayed in my mind. It didn't sit in my memory like something trivial. It wasn't a novelty I could misplace. It sat with weight, like a phrase you can't remember where you heard, only it repeats itself when you're doing the most ordinary things, folding shirts, rinsing dishes. The date would flicker up, whole and exact. I never had to reach for it, it was just there. I told myself that it was nothing. You notice what you decide to notice. But then it started appearing in little corners of life that you don't control. I mean, the microwave would say 1017, receipt total 1017. I'd get a new employee badge, and the last 4 digits would be 1017. A news site I checked every day posted an article with a timestamp of 10:17 a.m., and I stared at it for far too long, longer than the headline deserved. I walked past a mailbox tag once, Unit 1017, and I felt my chest drop the way that you do when you miss a step in the dark. This feeling was constant. I didn't live in a cascade of 1017s, but it appeared often enough to feel pointed, like being tapped on the shoulder by nothing in particular. I told my mom about it once on the phone. Not the Ouija part, just the date seemed to follow me around. She said, well, remember it and call me when it happens, so I can say I told you so when it's nothing. She had a way of taking the edge off, making me not worry. I could hear her kettle click in the background, electric, squat. She'd bought it because a friend said it was faster than the stove. You know you read meaning into things when you're anxious, she said. So try not to feed it, okay? Her voice did that soft drop on okay, like she was placing the word into my hand. Years rolled by. The date stayed where it had always been, like a splinter under the skin. Every October 17th came and went without incident. I'd wake up the next day and feel equal parts silly and relieved. I learned to let the sight of it pass through me, on clocks, receipts, table numbers, tiny coincidences that I could step around. I didn't stop noticing, but I stopped asking what it wanted. In college, I found that I was closer to my mom than I'd ever been. I saw her whenever I could. She had a way of filling a room with warmth without doing anything special. Tea, an apple slice on a plate, the porch door cracked for air. When I stayed over, we'd sit in our socks and watch whatever was going on, talking through commercials of whatever was on TV. She kept a recipe box with her handwriting on index cards, neat and looping letters that looked exactly like they had when I was a kid. She saved voice messages, even when they were just me saying I'd be late. It's nice to have your voice around, she'd say, when the house is quiet. She was sweet. When October 17th, 2024 finally got close enough to be a month on my calendar, I found myself waiting without meaning to. Not with dread exactly, with a kind of patient curiosity. I didn't want to admit to it. It was a Thursday. I worked from home in the morning, answering emails, ate the rest of a container of soup that tasted fine until I read the label and saw that the serving size was more than one. I sent a joke about the date to a group chat. If I vanished today, it was the demons, LOL. Someone sent back a skull emoji. Another sent a screenshot of their clock at 10:17 with a sideways eye emoji. My mom called around 3. Hi, darling, she said, the way she always did. She asked about work. I asked about the neighbor's new dog, the one that howled like a flute. Her words, not mine. We talked about nothing in particular. In the background, I could hear the electric kettle hum. I'll make tea and call your aunt, she said. She'll want to tell me how I'm using the wrong kind of honey again. She laughed. That soft, breathy laugh that made me laugh too. You sound good, she said, like she was noting a weather change. Call me this weekend? I might make that stew you like. We hung up. I stood in the kitchen longer than made sense, phone still in my hand. I guess I was feeling relieved that the day had already given me something good. By evening, I'd almost stopped thinking about it. I watched a dumb show and folded a towel wrong and refolded it. I put my phone face down on the couch cushion. When it buzzed, I let it go a second, and then I picked up without looking at the screen. Hello? It was my dad. He sounded like the phone line was a long hallway, and he was at the other end. Not sure which room he was calling into. Hey, he said. And then my name, like a test. He didn't say hello. Nobody says hello like that when something's wrong. He started, and stopped like he'd hit a doorway that he hadn't seen. She fell. In the kitchen. They think it was her heart. I stood. I don't remember deciding to. I walked toward the door because I needed something to move. He told me he'd been in the yard doing work, had his headphones in. A neighbor came running over, said there was a smoke alarm going off. The paramedics came quickly, he said. A heart attack. In the kettle, it started a small fire on the countertop. I don't remember what I said. I remember the shape of the quiet after we hung up, though. I remember turning my phone over and seeing the recent call list. The time next to my dad's phone call. 10:17 p.m. We're very good at bending the world to fit shape when we need to. And we're very good at telling ourselves that we meant to call, we meant to leave earlier, we meant to say more, say anything else at all. I stood in my own kitchen and put my hand on the counter because it was something that held. I could feel my knees going weak. Without that countertop, I was jello. I looked at the microwave clock and turned away before I could see the numbers. In the days that followed, the moments stacked and unstacked like there was a hand somewhere rearranging them. The neighbor's casserole, wrapped in foil, the couch with its too-clean blanket, the recipe box on the table. I found the stew card, her handwriting neat and certain, salt and bay leaf listed in a row of ingredients that always tasted like her house. A yellow sticky note at the bottom in smaller letters. Start the kettle first, so you have something warm while you chop. I pressed my thumb to the pencil impression and felt the urge to call and ask her what kind of honey she liked now, if she'd changed her mind. There's paperwork for everything. People will hand you envelopes and say take your time and mean it and not mean it. There's appointments and a new weight to your own name when you say it to strangers. I learned the way a room changes when you speak out loud the fact of a person's absence. My dad told the story of the night in small pieces, each time shaving off an edge to make it smoother to carry. Tea, he'd say, like a period. And I'd see the kettle again, and I'd check the clock without meaning to. He told me later that the paramedics had a time that they wrote down that wasn't the time I saw on my phone. He said the neighbor was the one who took the kettle off the base. He said the smoke alarm chirps differently when it's steam and not smoke. He was trying to do everything in his power to make me feel like I wasn't responsible, like I hadn't predicted something terrible. And I appreciate him for that. I really do. And for what it's worth, the date stopped showing up after that. I didn't see 10:17 on the microwave the way I used to. But now, for a completely different reason, I'd never forget that day. You can tell yourself it meant nothing, a coincidence that learned how to walk beside you, a trick of attention. Maybe that's the safest place to set it down. I know what it looked like to carry it for years, and I know what it felt like when it landed. Now, sometimes late at night, when my apartment is as quiet as it gets, I'll play her old messages just to hear her say hello. My phone marks them with dates and times. I haven't touched a Ouija board since that one time in college. I kept the story to myself for years, partly because I didn't want to be the person who believed in something I couldn't explain, and partly because there's a tenderness you feel for your own grief that makes you guard it from other people's explanations. The board didn't give me a warning I understood. It didn't tell me what to do, who to hold on to, where to be. It handed me a date and left me to decide whether to carry it. I carried it. It arrived on time. If you ask me what I believe now, I tell you I don't know. I know there was a night in a second-floor apartment with bad carpet and a board that spelled a future I couldn't read. I know that there was a Thursday years later that looked ordinary when I wrote it down, but it doesn't feel that way anymore. I don't think the board was telling me what would happen. I think it was telling me when I would have to live with it, the inevitable. And I do. I live with it. Some nights it feels like carrying a date written on paper that strong hands won't let me tear. Other nights it's simple. Make tea, stir the stew. There's a story my grandma used to tell me about the time she met the devil herself. It's the main reason I've never used a Ouija board, and I always tell others, don't touch those things. I'd like to share it. It's not a story for the faint of heart, nor is it a story that I should have been told as a little girl. There's a chance that she could have made the whole thing up just to scare me, but that's not like her, not my gran. I guess I can't be sure, but she stayed faithful to it like the gospel till the day she died. This was also her only story of this variety. My grandma had plenty that she'd repeat during the years she babysat me. Little fables, lessons disguised as childhood adventures, stories of the Dust Bowl or the polio scare. But this one, she only ever told it twice, and then she'd get quiet, like she was ashamed of it or scared of saying too much. It goes like this. My grandma's name was Dorothy, but since she was a child, everyone's called her Dot. She grew up in Florence, Arizona, small town, hard dust, harder people. When she was 13, she and her older cousin Louise got it in their heads that they should try to summon a spirit. It wasn't uncommon at the time. This was the 1940s, and the occult had become a strange little trend among teenagers. Seances were fashionable. Ouija boards were sold in toy stores. There was a sort of hush-hush excitement about calling on the other side, like telling ghost stories in a thunderstorm. But Dot never liked the idea. Louise was the instigator. She found the board in her father's attic after he passed. One of those older wooden ones. It had the ordnance lettering, heavy planchette. The plan was to use it in a small root cellar behind their aunt's house. Dot told me the second that they climbed down into the little space, she felt bad. The air was hot and stale, but her skin was covered in goosebumps. She said the second Louise placed the board down and lit a candle, it felt like something in the ground turned over, like a breath, but under her feet. They asked stupid questions at first. What's your name? Did you die here? Can you make a sound? Dot said the planchette never moved, until finally, something small. You could almost chalk it up to a twitch or shared nerves. But then it started spelling, slowly, painfully slow. The board spelled out one word: sinner. They laughed. Nervous laughter, though. They thought maybe someone was playing a trick on them. But how could that be? Well, Dot was convinced that Louise was doing it, even though she swore she wasn't. And then the candle went out. It didn't flicker or sputter. It was like someone pinched the flame with fingers. Now the cellar was darker than dark. Then there was a smell. My grandma told me it was like sulfur and rot and something sweet underneath it, like fruit gone bad, like something trying to hide its real odor, which was putrid. They tried to leave, but it was dark, and something held them still. Dot never explained how, just that she couldn't move. Her arms wouldn't lift. Her voice wouldn't work. She felt stuck inside her own body. She'd learn after that Louise was frozen too, right across from her, with her mouth slightly open, eyes wide, just like Dot. The planchette began to move again, on its own. They weren't touching it, but they could hear it. And that's when she heard footsteps, not in the dirt above, not in the house, in the cellar, with them, just behind her and off to the side, stepping slow, like whatever it was had all the time in the world. Dot crawled around, anxious to get to the door, to let in some light. And somehow, she made it. She could move, and she was there, and she opened the door. Light from the outside came pouring in, and she turned around. She could see Louise was still frozen, and the thing, she wouldn't call it a man, but this thing spoke in a voice that was clear and deep and slow, like syrup dripping off a knife's edge. "You were told not to call me," it said. Louise let out a shriek, and together they got their legs to work. They bolted up the stairs so fast that they scraped the skin off their knees. They didn't even shut the door behind them. Dot said that she didn't sleep that night. Not after her aunt slapped her and Louise for getting into something they shouldn't have. That wasn't all that haunted her. It was what came after. The next Sunday, she went to church with her mother like always. Same pew, same preacher. When the preacher walked in that morning, Dot swore her blood went cold. He looked the same to everyone else, but not to her. She said he had the same voice, that slow, syrupy tone. He even looked at her once during the sermon and smiled. She said it was the same smile you'd give someone when you knew a secret that would break them. She never went back to church after that. Her mother was furious, but she wouldn't budge. And Louise wouldn't talk about what happened at all. She pretended like none of it was real. My grandma told me she never saw anything quite like that again, but she still smells it sometimes. That burnt, sugary stench. She'd smell it in her room on nights when the wind was still, in the hallway if she prayed too long. She always told me, "Don't ever try to open that door. Even if you think it's just a game, it's not." I asked her just once before she passed if she really believed it was the devil. She looked at me stone sober, clear-eyed, and said, "I don't believe it. I know it." This happened when I was about 13, Halloween night. That awkward age when you're too old to trick-or-treat but too young to go out to parties. So we were trying to come up with something cooler to do, something spooky. My friend Alex said his older brother had found a Ouija board at a garage sale, and we thought that sounded perfect. None of us actually believed in that stuff, but it felt like the right kind of Halloween dare. You know, the nothing's going to happen, but it'll be fun to freak ourselves out kind of thing. We set it up in Alex's garage around 7 p.m. It was cold out but not freezing, but the air had that smoky smell from all the jack-o'-lanterns and backyard fires. The garage was dim. The only light was coming from 2 flashlights set on the ground and the gaps in the door where the streetlights leaked through. There were 5 of us sitting in a rough circle on the concrete. Me, Alex, Erica, and 2 other kids, Sam and Tyler. The Ouija board looked old, like older than it should have been. The edges were faded, the letters kind of warped. It smelled musty, like it had been stored in an attic for decades. It certainly wasn't any Hasbro. We started asking dumb questions. Is there a ghost here? Do you like candy? Who's the coolest in the room? Honestly. Then the planchette barely moved, and when it did, it was obvious that someone was pushing it on purpose. We were laughing and swearing it wasn't us, taking turns trying to sound spooky. We were just being kids. And then in the middle of us laughing, Alex sort of froze. He straightened up and said quietly, "Okay, which one of you just touched me?" We all kind of laughed at first, but he sounded dead serious. He rubbed the back of his hoodie and said, "Something brushed up against me, like right here." Erica, trying to lighten the mood, goes, "Oh yeah? Let's ask who's behind Alex." She put her fingers on the planchette and started to move it, saying, "Who's?" Before she could even finish, the planchette flew off the board. I swear it didn't slide. It launched across the garage and hit the workbench on the other side of the room with this loud plastic crack. Every single one of us jumped back. We all started talking over each other, yelling, accusing Alex of kicking it, asking what the hell just happened. That's when Tyler said, "I just felt something on my leg." And then Erica said she felt it too, like something cold brushing past them. At that point, all of us were on our feet. Alex turned toward the side door, the one we'd closed earlier. It was standing wide open. Cold air was blowing in. You could actually hear the wind whistling through the trees outside. Alex made a run for it, but right as he reached the door, bam! It slammed shut in his face, hard enough that it rattled the shelves. And that's when everyone just lost it. We were screaming, tripping over each other. Someone was shouting to open the garage door. Alex hit the wall opener and we all stood there, watching it crawl upward like it was moving in slow motion. The second it was high enough to duck under, we bolted. Half of us ran toward the street and the other half, me included, tore off toward my house 2 blocks away. My chest hurt from running, but I didn't stop until I was standing in my driveway. We all met up later, deciding to trick-or-treat, still pretending to laugh about it, but you could tell that none of us wanted to talk about what had happened. Nobody mentioned going back into that garage. I know I never did. A few days later, Alex said the board was gone. He swore that he left it in his brother's room, but when he came to look for it, it wasn't there. We never saw it again, thankfully. This happened several years ago, when I was 19, living in a basement apartment with my best friend Sam. We both worked late shifts at different jobs, so most nights we'd end up hanging out after midnight, eating whatever was left in the fridge and watching TV. It was winter, so stupid cold, and the night that this happened, a storm had knocked out the power to most of the block. No TV, no lights, no heat. Just the sound of the wind rattling the thin basement windows. Sam went digging through a closet and came back holding a battered cardboard box with a familiar red and yellow Ouija logo. "I think this belonged to my aunt," he said. "She used it at parties back in the 70s. I laughed. "Perfect. Let's see if we can summon Elvis." Obviously, I didn't take these things very seriously. But for fun, We lit a few candles, sat cross-legged on the floor with the board between us. The planchette was the old-school kind, real wood, with a cloudy glass window in the center. And I swear to you, nothing dramatic happened. Nothing at first. Nothing flickered, no temperature drops, no sudden gusts of wind. The planchette moved a little, slow and uneven. We got a handful of jumbled letters, but we couldn't tell if it was because we were shaking or what. Plus, the letters didn't spell anything. But then about 15 minutes in, it spelled something clearly. We both looked at each other, hesitantly. It spelled L-U-C-E. Luke, I guessed. Sam shook his head. No, that's L-U-C-E, like loose. We asked more questions, but the planchette barely moved after that. Within a couple minutes, the power came back on, and the whole mood felt ridiculous. We put the board away and went back to watching TV. Sam went to bed, and I stayed up in the living room with the TV on for background noise. I must have drifted off because I woke up to the sound of static. Not just white noise, sharp, loud static, the kind that makes you sit straight up. The screen was full of snow, but the volume was low, like a faint hiss. And in the hiss, I did hear something. It wasn't clear, not at first. It was like someone talking through a wall. Sam, maybe? But after a few seconds, I realized it was a man's voice, and it was repeating the same thing over and over. It was saying, loose, loose, loose. The sound faded when I leaned closer, but it came back as I sat on the couch. I changed the channel, but every station was static. I turned the TV off. The hiss stopped. Over the next week, that kept happening. Not every night, not often enough to make me dread turning the TV on when I was alone, but sometimes it was just the static between stations. Sometimes it was a faint whisper under the dialogue of whatever I was watching, just enough that you'd think you imagined it. Always the same word, always loose. I asked Sam about it, thinking maybe there was a chance that he was messing with me somehow, but he swore that he wasn't doing anything, but he also swore he hadn't heard it. I told myself that it was nothing and I was letting myself get worked up. Maybe my brain was just looking for patterns after the Ouija session. But one night I was flipping through the channels and stopped dead. In the static, just for a second, I saw a shape. It was a face, not a detailed one, just the suggestion of one, like someone pressing their features into frosted glass. The eyes were dark, too dark. They didn't blink. The moment I saw it, the voice got louder. I yanked the plug from the wall and I sat there in the dark. Sam spooked me from behind. Hey, I saw that. I heard that too. We didn't turn the TV on again for weeks. The last time it happened there, I remember I wasn't even home. I was staying at my girlfriend's place for the weekend, and she lived in a nice apartment with no old electronics. Everything was new, sleek, and quiet. We were laying in bed watching a movie on her laptop. At some point, early in the morning, Sam calls me. Thinking it's an emergency, I answer. Someone just whispered in my ear, dude. I heard it. Loose. I still have no idea what loose means or who it's supposed to be, but it's been years since I've heard anything about it. White noise or static makes me a little uneasy. This was senior year, end of May, high school almost over. That weird limbo where everyone thinks they're invincible and nothing bad can happen before graduation. There were 6 of us who went to the beach that night. A hidden spot off the highway, one of those places that only the locals know about. Sand, seagrass, some washed-up driftwood, and a perfect view. Someone brought booze, someone else brought music, and one of the girls, Kendra, brought a Ouija board. It was one of those old ones, not the cheap plastic or cardboard kind. It looked like it had a history. She said that she found it in her grandma's attic, thought it would be funny to use it at the beach. It wasn't funny. We lit a fire, passed the bottle, laughed too loud, and around midnight, she laid it out on a flat rock near the pit. We were drunk enough to try it, sober enough to still feel uneasy. She led the session, said you had to ask permission, say goodbye, all the usual stuff. We started asking the obvious, dumb questions. Is anyone there? What's your name? How did you die? Nothing happened at first. Then the planchette moved, just a little. We all swore we weren't doing it. I thought someone was screwing around, but it kept moving. Slow. It spelled, I did not. We asked, did not what? It spelled, drown. Kendra laughed. Oh, spooky. But her voice cracked. The wind picked up, the fire sputtered, and then the board went still. It stopped moving. The planchette froze. Kendra reached to say goodbye, but it jerked under her finger and flew into the sand. She screamed. We thought it was part of the act, until she started clawing at her throat, like she couldn't breathe. We pulled her away, dumped water on her, tried everything. She gasped and finally snapped out of it. She said it felt like someone had held her head underwater. But the board, it was gone. We all saw where it landed, but it wasn't there. No planchette, no wood, like it had sunk into the sand. Well, we left after that. I remember the next day that we were at school, Kendra acted like she didn't recognize anyone. It was weird. She didn't sit with us, talk to us, wasn't returning messages. She came to graduation, but, again, didn't sit with us. The last time that I saw her was at a gas station, the summer after freshman year of college. She looked burnt out, staring out at the rain. I asked her how she was doing. She just said, goodbye, shook her head and walked out into the storm, into her car. And then she was gone. And so was I. I haven't been back there since. Coming up on 13 years. And yeah, I haven't touched a Ouija board since. This happened back when I was in college. I was sharing an off-campus apartment with a couple of friends. An older building where the walls were thin enough to hear your neighbor sneeze, but the heat takes an hour to kick in. It was late on a Friday night when my roommate Kelly came home from a thrift store run with a Ouija board. Not a shiny new one. This thing looked old, like the wood had been handled by 100 different people over the years. The letters were faded, though carved in. The planchette was worn and smooth. We weren't really the paranormal types, but we enjoyed a scary movie every now and then. It was cold, we were bored, and our other friend Jamie was over, so we figured, why not? We set it up on the coffee table, sitting on the floor with our knees almost touching. Kelly lit a candle, mostly for effect. The only other light came from the street lamps that were filtering through the blinds. The planchette started slow, the way it always seems to in these stories, circling lazily, answering simple yes or no questions with small, hesitant slides. We laughed a lot at first. Maybe we were uncomfortable, but we were accusing each other of pushing it. Then, about 10 minutes in, the air between each of us, it went cold. Not a draft. This was different. It was like there was a pocket of air right in the center, between our hands, and it was cold. You could feel the edge of it if you moved your arm slightly forward or back. I opened my mouth to mention it, but before I could, the planchette jerked hard to the letter H. What happened next is hard to explain without sounding insane, but the board started spelling words, fast, but they didn't match what we were asking. Kelly would ask, "Who are we talking to?" and it would spit out something unrelated, like lights off. Jamie would ask another question, but instead of answering, the planchette would slide rapidly, almost frantically, to different letters that made no sense in context. It wasn't just random. Some were real words, sentences even, but the conversation, whatever you call it, seemed to be happening without us, like it was talking to someone else entirely, and the cold spot stayed there, between us. At one point, Jamie pulled her hands back to rub them together. The planchette didn't stop. It kept moving under just mine and Kelly's fingertips, still at the same speed, still spelling things we didn't understand. I remember Kelly whispering, "It feels like there's another set of hands here." I nodded. That's exactly what it felt like someone invisible had joined the circle. Their fingertips pressed just lightly enough against the wood to guide it. We asked, "Who else is here?" It paused, and then spelled, "Listen." Kelly asked, "Listen to what?" The planchette slid so fast it scraped against the board. "Not you." The cold started to creep outward then, not just between us, but up our arms, into our shoulders. My stomach dropped like I was on a ride, and I said I wanted to stop. Jamie agreed immediately, but Kelly hesitated. The planchette spelled, "Stay." We all said goodbye at once, pushing it toward the word printed on the board. But instead of stopping, it drifted back to the center. The cold spot was still there. We finally pulled our hands off. The second we did, the temperature between us returned to normal. It wasn't a slow fade, it was just gone. The planchette sat dead still in the middle of the board. None of us wanted to touch it again. Kelly put it back in the box and shoved it into the hall closet. A few nights later, I was watching TV alone in the living room when I heard something from that closet. A faint scraping sound, like wood on cardboard. It stopped as soon as I stood up. When I told Kelly about it the next morning, she laughed, but she didn't open the closet to check. The board stayed in there until the day we moved out. None of us took it with us. I've used a Ouija board twice since then, but nothing like that has ever happened. I still can't explain that cold spot, or why the board seemed to be having a whole separate conversation that we weren't a part of. Our grandparents took us when our biological parents were seen as unfit by the courts. My sister Kaylee's 3 years older than me. She's always had a darker aesthetic, a true goth. Kaylee really leaned into the broken, dysfunctional family identity, even though our grandparents were perfect guardians to us. In high school, she started practicing witchcraft, but I was never allowed to practice or learn the techniques. It was a secret that I accidentally stumbled into after going in her room unannounced one night. Kaylee's room was in the attic, and when I walked in, there's a small, narrow set of stairs before I could see her room. Her lights were off, but I could see this faint glow of candles reflecting off the ceiling. Instead of just calling her name, I decided to tiptoe on the stairs to see what she was doing. When I got to a step where I could visibly see into her room, Kaylee's back was facing me. She was sitting on the ground, and there was a candle on either side of her, and directly in front of Kaylee, I see a young man crouched on his knees, and it looks like they're talking. I thought Kaylee had somehow snuck a boy into her room, and I walked up the last couple of stairs thinking of ways that I could use this as blackmail in the future. But when I got to the top step, the boy looks past Kaylee, right at me. We make eye contact. Kaylee turns around and he disappears as I'm still staring at him. It was indescribably terrifying, and it turned my legs to jello. When I looked back at Kaylee, she was coming towards me with a disdained facial expression. I thought that she was scared too, but in reality, she was angry that I'd interrupted. She threatened me by saying she would put a hex on me if I told our grandparents anything. I'm not sure when she'd actually conjured this spirit, but I was made fully aware of it all after Kaylee graduated and left for boot camp. Before leaving, she told me to stay out of the attic, and so naturally, you know what I did. I stayed out of the attic, minded my own business, didn't think about it. I pretended the house didn't even have an attic, and that routine worked all right for about a week. During that week, I'd hear footsteps in the attic above me, as if Kaylee was still living there. Now that she wasn't, every noise induced paranoia, and my grandparents were both almost deaf. A train could have plowed through the living room and not disturbed them. It's partially why I assumed the boy in her room was real at the time. We didn't take advantage of their hearing loss, but we sure could have, easily. And now it felt even more isolating to know that I was the only one hearing the noises continue in the attic. One night I woke up to use the bathroom. The door to the stairs for the attic was at the very end of the little hallway. It was closed when I crossed from my room to the bathroom, but on my return, I noticed the attic door was now wide open. The hallway had a few blue nightlights that barely illuminated the ground enough to see where you're going. It was enough to light up the first couple of steps, but the rest of the steps were completely black. I stood there staring into the stairwell, questioning whether or not I should go and close it. Then, I watched a pair of legs step from the blackness, becoming barely visible in the blue glow. The bare feet took another step down to the last step before the bottom. I could now see up to their shins. The room was on the opposite end of the hallway. The bathroom was right in the middle. I started slowly backing up towards my room. It took the final step, and I could see about up to its knees. I turned, I ran the last couple of steps, and I slammed the door of my room, just as the sound of bare feet slapping on the wood behind me started. The next morning, I left my room and the door to the attic was closed again. With the sun up, I was feeling brave enough to swallow that feeling of dread and go investigate Kaylee's room. I popped open the door and walked up the stairs. The temperature was noticeably colder in her room, like I'd stepped through a barrier from the hallway. It didn't make sense. I flipped on the light. The room was empty. I assumed everything was just how she left it. I walked to the other side of her bed, to the same area she was sitting with the candles that night. The waxy remains were hardened to the floor, and in between them were carvings in the wood. There was a yes and a no, and then it looked like she carved out the alphabet in all capital letters. I realized what I was looking at was a homemade Ouija board. Then, right next to all of that, sitting under her bedside table, I found papers and papers of conversations Kaylee had meticulously written out while apparently corresponding with something. She documented the questions that she asked, along with the responses she received. Near the end, I started feeling like I'd rudely intruded on my sister's privacy, because from what I gathered, the thing that she was talking to was named Otis, and originally, the note started with her trying to get some sort of revenge on a classmate, one who'd wronged her at school. In another conversation, on another piece of paper, it's insinuated that her revenge plot had been successful, though I wasn't able to figure out what exactly happened. But it was visceral and made Kaylee second-guess what she was doing. Otis insisted what had happened to her classmate as a result of her spell was necessary in order to successfully resolve Kaylee's issue. More pages reveal Otis's growing infatuation for Kaylee. In one string of dialogue she wrote, "I don't love you. I love the idea of you, but even that's become a burden to my senses." There's a full page after that one where Otis repeats, "Let me in," over and over, until Kaylee says, "Please stop." I know in theory and in retrospect, by all means, everything I found in her room was terrifying beyond belief. But as I sat in this cold, dimly lit attic, reading through the remaining pages, I couldn't help but cry. It was a story about a lonely girl who'd met a lonely ghost. The ghost devoted itself to Kaylee, and for a moment, it seemed like she loved Otis too. Unfortunately, these notes weren't dated, so I couldn't tell how long these took to transpose. Otis suggests that there's ways that they could possibly be together, by her joining him on his side, or him joining her. The idea of this fantasy becoming reality scared Kaylee, and she tries to slow it down. I empathize for Otis. If he were living, Kaylee's emotional flip and change in behavior would have been extremely hurtful. I think from his perspective, it was like he suggested they move in together. He felt scorned, and that's how he began to act near the end. Threats, accusations, anything to hurt Kaylee as much as she'd hurt him. There was this, but on the other side of the coin, I also had to empathize for my sister, because if Otis were living, he most likely wouldn't have asked her to unalive herself or be possessed, essentially. Either way, the last few pages were just sad all around for all parties involved. This was the reason Kaylee joined the military, to escape the oppressive squeeze that she'd felt tighten around her soul. It ended with Otis telling Kaylee that he'd wait there forever. I sat at the end of Kaylee's bed and cried until my tears began to wet the pages, and I'd put them back where I'd found them. There was a crystal that our grandpa had gotten her as a gift on top of her bedside table, with a rough tip that I used to scrape out the Ouija board on the ground. I first scratched in a big goodbye and then crossed it out. I defaced the rest of it until it was unreadable. It looked like a big dog had been digging with his nails on the ground for months. At least that's what my grandpa would think it looked like when he went up there looking for who knows what weeks later. I pretended that it was my first time seeing it and told him, yeah, Kaylee was sneaking around a friend's husky the last couple of weeks she was living here. Grandpa says, and it didn't bark once. I tell him it barked all the time, and I thought he knew about the dog because he and Grandma were just ignoring it. When he asked about the candle wax, I told him Kaylee's irresponsible, and that's why I should get the car that he was going to give her after she completed boot camp. I didn't think that was very fair, but he said if I joined the military, he'd give me Grandma's car. Lo and behold, I'd still get Grandma's car even without enlisting. Rest in peace, Dolores. You were an absolute amazing substitute mother, and you kept your car in wonderful shape. I was 11 the first time someone put a Ouija board in front of me, and I want to be honest from the start. I don't know what happened that day. I have never known. What I do know is what happened that night, and those are two entirely separate things. The kid who brought the board wasn't from our usual group. He was a classmate of my friend Marco, someone whose name I've since forgotten, which feels appropriate given the circumstances. He showed up one Saturday afternoon with the box under his arm, like it was a board game, like he was proposing Monopoly. And before anyone had really agreed to anything, it was already open on Marco's bedroom floor. I remember looking at it and feeling simultaneously curious and faintly ridiculous. I was 11. I had seen these in films. I knew the general premise. Fingers on the planchette, ask a question, wait for the dead to answer. And the rational part of my brain, even at that age, was already running through the more obvious explanations. Someone's pushing it, someone always pushes it. The whole thing runs on this quiet, competitive pressure of a group of children that none of whom want to be the first to admit they're scared. So, we sat around on the floor, all three of us. The kid whose name I'd forgotten took the whole thing very seriously. Candles would have been better, he said, but the overhead light would do. We had to be respectful. We had to mean it. I put my fingers on the planchette and decided privately that I would not push it. What followed was about 40 minutes of something I still can't clearly categorize. The planchette moved. That much I can say with certainty. It slid across the board in slow, deliberate arcs that felt different from anything that I could have produced consciously. Not jerky or hesitant the way I imagined deliberate fraud would feel under your fingertips. It was smooth, almost patient, like something leaning rather than pushing. It spelled things, partial words mostly, a few complete ones. Nothing coherent enough to form a message, nothing dramatic enough to send us running. Marco kept asking questions in a hushed voice, while the kid whose name I've forgotten watched the planchette with an expression I couldn't fully read. I watched my own fingers and tried to determine, with the focused attention of someone who genuinely wanted to know, whether I was doing it. And I just couldn't tell. That's the truth of it. I could not tell then, and I can't tell you now. At some point, the energy in the room shifted in a way that's also difficult to describe. Not frightening exactly, just different. Like air pressure changing before a storm or when you climb elevation. Without anyone formally agreeing to stop, we all lifted our fingers at roughly the same moment and sat back. Forgotten named kid says that we should close it properly and moved the planchette to goodbye. Marco said something like, "Yeah, okay," in the voice of someone who wanted to sound unbothered. I said nothing. We went back to doing whatever 11-year-olds do on a Saturday afternoon. The board went back into the box. By dinner time, the whole thing had acquired a slightly unreal quality, like something that happened to different people somewhere else. I was sleeping on the floor of Marco's room that night. His bed, a sleeping bag for me. The standard arrangement for sleepovers since we were 7. I remember the room being dark except for the strip of light under the door to the hallway. I remember falling asleep without difficulty, which tells you something about how unconcerned I was. Whatever residual strangeness the afternoon had left behind hadn't followed me into the evening. And then at I don't know what time, I was woken up. There was no sound that woke me, or no door or voice. Nothing that I could point to afterwards as the cause. I was simply asleep and then I wasn't. Lying on my back in the dark with the immediate, certain awareness that something in the room had changed. And then I felt a hand moving through my hair. Slow, deliberate. Fingers spreading from the crown of my head downward, the way someone might reach down to comfort a child. Except that the cold of it was unlike anything I'd ever felt before or since. Not the cold of a draft or an open window. Not the cold of a surface. It was the cold of something that had no business being warm, like ice. Touching me with the patience that suggested that it had been there for a while, waiting for me to wake up and notice. I did not move. I don't say that like it was a choice. My body simply refused, locked in that particular paralysis that belongs to moments of pure, unprocessed fear. I lay there and felt it and stared at the ceiling. And I became acutely aware of every inch of the room around me. Marco's breathing, slow and even across the room. The strip of light under the door. Then the door opened. It wasn't quickly. It swung inward with the unhurried ease of something with no reason to hide. In the hallway, light spilled across the floor, and there was no one there. Not Marco's parents or a sibling, nobody standing in the frame. The door simply opened into an empty hallway and stayed that way. The hand was gone. I hadn't noticed the exact moment it stopped. I didn't sleep again that night. I lay in the sleeping bag with my eyes fixed on that open door until the hallway light eventually clicked off on its timer, and the room went dark again. And then I stared at where the door had been and waited for morning with the particular patience of someone who's run out of other options. I never told Marco. I never told my mother. She'd had her own experience with a board as a teenager. She'd made her feelings on the subject very clear. So clear, in fact, that my fear of her reaction genuinely competed with my fear of whatever had touched my hair. That calculation probably says something unflattering about my priorities at 11, but there it is. I've thought about it across the years since, whether the board was real, whether the kid whose name I've forgotten was moving the planchette and the rest of it was coincidence, a draft, a sleeping mind, manufacturing sensation, a door with a loose latch finally giving in. I don't know. I've never known. I only know that it was a very cold hand. Please do not try this, ever. Knowing what I know now, this is probably one of the most idiotic things I've done. I not only put myself in danger, but also my family and friends. Also, this happened about 15 years ago, so I'll relay all that my memory serves me. I'm no longer in contact with the friends this story involves, so forgive me if I forget details. Anyway, when I was younger, a teenager, I was obsessed with the paranormal. My high school buddies and I thought that it would be a great idea to get stoned in my parents' garage and construct a Ouija board. It was after school one afternoon when we implemented our plan. We arrived at my parents' house and got right to work finding supplies to make the board. And if I remember correctly, we found an old shot glass to use as a planchette. We decided to ask the most provoking questions that you could think of. Everything the internet told us not to ask, whatever was on the other side. But we wanted a big response. We wanted something crazy to happen. We got a response almost instantly, and we each thought that the others were moving the planchette to mess with each other. But we soon found out that it was real. I believe that I was the one asking most of the questions. I remember asking, "When did you die?" The planchette moved to the numbers we scrawled on the board. The exact year escapes me, but it was sometime in the late 1980s. I know I asked the spirit's name, but I can't remember the name, so we'll just call the spirit Robert. Robert would not disclose how he died, although he did say that his favorite band was Nirvana, which is relevant later. We had a classic rock mix playing in the background, and he seemed to enjoy this. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the conversation, but I do remember we didn't say goodbye when the session concluded. That night, my friends left except for one who stayed the night. We'll call her Jane. For this part, I'll need to describe the layout. It was an old house with a weird setup. When you enter through the front door, there was a medium-sized living room with a huge bay window facing the street. Going further into the house, on the left was the kitchen. Beyond that was a glass door, behind which was a sort of family room. And then the backyard, which led to the garage. Jane and I were chilling in the kitchen later that night, and we were seated at the kitchen table. Jane was sitting with her back towards the glass door that leads to the family room, and I was facing her and the door. We were chatting quietly as my family was sleeping. She was talking, and as I was looking at her, something behind her caught my eye. The glass door was cracked open, but it was slowly opening, wider and wider. As soon as I pointed at the door and she turned to look, it slammed shut very forcefully. It was so damn loud I was sure my parents would wake up and that we'd be in trouble. But no one woke up or yelled at us to be quiet. We got so freaked out, we quickly retreated to my room, past the front living room. We talked in my room for quite some time, and nothing else weird happened until we went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange, low scratching noise. At first, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I don't think that Jane woke up. So I got up, and I tried to decipher where the sound was coming from. Finally, I realized it was coming from my closet. The door was closed, and I knew there was nothing in there that should be making that noise. The only pet we had in the house was an old border collie, and he slept in my parents' room at the end of the hall. I jumped back into bed and threw the covers over my head, and I tried to ignore the sounds coming from the closet. I don't know how long it took for me to go back to sleep, or even if I did, but the next thing I knew, it was morning, and Jane had to go back home later that day. We decided to go to the garage to smoke, and the air felt so heavy as soon as we stepped inside, like we shouldn't be in there, even though we chilled in the garage countless times before. We went back in the house, sat on the couch in the living room instead. We were either talking or watching TV, but I think at that point I went into some sort of trance. Jane told me later that I suddenly stopped responding to her, and that I wasn't moving even though my eyes were open. The only thing I remember before coming to was the feeling of the back of the couch sinking in. I felt as though I was being slowly sucked into the couch, and my back felt so hot. It was like there was a fire getting closer and closer to my back. Then, right before I snapped out of it, I felt hands on me, like they were trying to grab me and pull me even further into the couch. I know it might sound dumb, but I thought I was being pulled into hell. I'm aware that there's no demonic portals in my parents' couch that leads to hell, but I swear to you, this is what it felt like. When I finally snapped out of it, Jane was looking at me with a look of concern on her face, and I felt like I was having a panic attack. I can't remember much after that, but her parents arrived to pick her up short after, and she left. That night, I was absolutely terrified to sleep in my room. So, being the dumbass I am, I decided I'd crash on the hell couch with the TV on all night. I didn't think I'd sleep, but at some point I must have fallen asleep. I don't know what time it was when I suddenly woke up with a jolt. The TV I know for a fact I left on was now turned off. In its reflection, I could see the bay window slightly illuminated by the streetlight outside. Then I noticed it, a figure standing behind me, so tall it touched the ceiling, its head and neck craned down to stare at me. It was so black that it was darker than anything else in the room, and it was motionless. I just feigned to still be sleeping. I don't remember slipping back into a slumber, but just like the previous night, before I knew it, it was morning. I decided to take a shower. Upon undressing, I noticed my side was sore and hurting pretty bad. When I took off my shirt, I looked, and there were deep scratches in the shape of the Nirvana logo. That wonky smiley face. At that point, I knew Robert wasn't just a spirit. This was a demon. I don't know why I never told my parents what was going on, but one day my dad, who didn't believe in the paranormal, told me that he was taking a shower when all of a sudden the faucet turned on its own, and the water got so hot so suddenly it scalded him. Now I was pissed. I had allowed a demon to mess with my family. I promised myself I'd never mess with a Ouija board or even be around one ever again. I begged a Catholic friend of mine to come over and bless the house and the garage. She agreed and brought a bunch of supplies for the blessing. Afterwards, we disposed of the board and we prayed. Nothing happened in that house ever again, and we ended up moving a couple years later. As an adult, I'm a Christian, and I've still had experiences with the paranormal after this story, but now I know I'm protected and how to rid demonic energy from my life. I apologize if this ending is a little anticlimactic, but thanks for listening. And please, be very cautious when dealing with things we don't fully understand. It could have disastrous consequences. You know that one cousin your mama never let you hang out with as a kid? Never let you go to their house, and they were never allowed to spend the night at yours, no matter how much you begged? Yeah, there was probably a good reason for them making that judgment call. I've got 2 stories that are perfect examples of this. They're both pretty bad, but when I heard the second story, I was so happy my mom made me go home that day. Because if I would have been there with them, I don't think that I would be the person I am today. I know my cousin ain't ever been the same since. Her name is Serenity, but family calls her Ren because 4 syllables is way too many for a first name, and her mom should have known better, thought about that before naming her that. The first of many bad judgment calls as a parent for her. Ren was free to walk the streets since she was able to walk. This bitch was in diapers at the mini-mart buying chips with money she'd stolen out of her mom's purse. This first story, we were 7 or 8 at a family barbecue. We're at my uncle's house. He lives in the mountains, and on his property he has a big tire swing made from an old tractor tire. Me and a few of the other cousins were swinging on it, pretending we were the Power Rangers. It had been a carefree day before Ren showed up. When we saw her walking up the hill towards us, the smirk that she had on her face was sinister. It was her signature devilish look that we'd come to recognize when Ren would pull one over on somebody, successfully stolen something, or had a devious plan that she wanted us to take part in. Usually, it involved swindling or stealing. This time, it was all 3 things. Down the hill, our collective families had been partying since noon. All of the kids were going to be sleeping in sleeping bags in my uncle's living room that night. We'd planned on watching movies, trading Pokemon on our Game Boys, but that never happened. Plans changed for 4 out of the 5 cousins when Ren presented the keys to her mom's minivan. She tells everyone the new plan is to sneak out, go for a joyride when the parents pass out. I'm the only cousin with enough brain cells to know that this is a bad idea. I said no before she even had the keys out of her pocket. But my other cousins aren't as bright as me. They went along with Ren's plan that night. I stayed in my sleeping bag, and I heard them giggling and whispering as they snuck out. A few minutes later, the minivan is in motion, and within moments of the engine turning on, Ren manages to immediately send the van over a hill in reverse with all of them inside. It made 3 barrel rolls and broke one of our cousins' legs. It injured everyone. All of them were in tears, and the broken leg was the worst of it, though. It took forever for the ambulance to get to the property. The leg looked like, well, it looked pretty fucked up. I remember the shin was bent all crazy. That night solidified me as the family's favorite cousin and number 1 on all of the relatives' wills without a doubt. The second story had by far worse consequences. I'm pretty sure that we were 14. It was Ren's birthday, and I was not allowed to stay for the sleepover. So my mom had picked me up. At around midnight, our house phone rings, and I hear my mom pick it up from her bedroom. It's my auntie calling from the emergency room, saying that Ren is in a coma. I'd get the first-hand story of what happened 3 days later, when Wren woke up. The plan that night was for them to sneak out, take a bus to the east side of Cleveland, and go ghost hunting in one of the abandoned buildings that Wren had been obsessing over for months. She talked about it every chance she got, swearing she'd seen something move in the broken-out windows whenever she rode past. Her parents, for whatever reason, actually agreed to let her do it, as long as she wasn't alone. So it was Wren and 3 other girls, a VHS camcorder, and an old Ouija board that someone's older brother had stolen from a garage sale. I guess the place inside was worse than they expected. No signs and no indication of what it used to be, just a rotting husk of a building, all graffitied and broken glass. They didn't get more than a few minutes of footage before the camcorder battery died, which they thought was weird because it had been fully charged when they left. But Wren was determined. If she couldn't film anything, then she'd just have to get their proof another way. They found an office tucked away in one of the back halls. The desk was still there, warped and peeling, but sturdy enough to set a board down. And that's when things got strange. The planchette started moving almost immediately. At first they thought that it was just someone messing around, but then it picked up speed. A name spelled itself out. Dante. That's what they said, anyway. Wren was the one controlling the session, the only one who seemed excited when the board started answering random questions. The others got nervous fast. They kept hearing something in the building, a sound like metal dragging against concrete, slow and steady but never stopping. But every time they shined the flashlight down the hall, there was nothing there. Then the board spelled out another message. Help me, here forever. That was enough for one of the girls. She let go and backed away. Eventually the others followed, but Wren stayed. They told me that she just sat there, staring at the board like she was waiting for it to say more. Then out of nowhere, she slumped forward. She didn't collapse, didn't seize up, just folded over the desk, her hands limp at her sides, like someone had flipped a switch and shut her off. At first they thought that she was playing around, but when she didn't respond, didn't even flinch when they shook her, they panicked. She was breathing, warm to the touch, but completely unresponsive. They had to run 3 blocks before they found a payphone to call for help. The paramedics couldn't explain it. She had no head trauma, no drugs or alcohol in her system, nothing that should have put her in a coma. She stayed like that, though, for 3 days. When she woke up, she said she didn't remember anything. Not the board, not the name it spelled out, not what happened before she passed out, but I don't think that's true. Because after she came home, she stopped talking about ghosts. She stopped sneaking out, stopped trying to convince everyone that she wasn't scared of anything. And sometimes, when she thought no one was looking, I'd catch her staring off into nothing, her eyes locked on a shadow that wasn't there. If I further pressed her about it, she would shake her head and tell me never mind or that it was nothing. But I could tell. She still heard or saw whatever it was, and whatever it was, it didn't appear to be done with her. Wren was sort of in this odd, catatonic state for years. She has since, I guess, moved on, but she really doesn't like talking about this. Almost tries to pretend it didn't happen. And if you ever bring up a Ouija board, well, she really gets upset. Definitely doesn't want to be in the presence of one. So yeah, something happened that night, and I'm just glad I wasn't there. I've always had this thing about trusting my gut. My mom used to tell me, your instincts will protect you when nothing else can. I never really thought much about it until the night at Hannah's sleepover. There were 5 of us, all friends from school, crammed into her living room with sleeping bags, snacks, and movies. The night was going great until around midnight. Anna pulled out some old dusty Ouija board from under her couch. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. Everyone else squealed with excitement, but I just sat there, frozen. I don't know why, but I immediately felt uneasy. Something about that board didn't sit right with me. "Come on, it'll be fun," Anna said, setting the board down on a coffee table. "Don't be such a baby." I forced a smile, but my gut was screaming at me. "Don't do it. Just don't." "I think I'll sit this one out," I mumbled, pretending to be more interested in my phone. The girls laughed, teasing me about being scared, but I didn't care. I was kind of used to it, and something inside me told me to stay as far away from that board as possible. So I stayed on the couch while they huddled around the board, giggling as they placed their fingers on the planchette. They asked typical questions. "Is anyone here with us? What's your name?" And for a while, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move, slowly at first, just a slight shift. But then it started sliding across the board, spelling out words that none of them could explain. I watched from the couch. I was freaked out. The air in the room felt heavy and thick, and the girls' laughter had faded, replaced by nervous whispers. "What's it saying?" someone asked. Her voice was shaky. The board spelled out, "Go away." Suddenly, the room felt colder, and the lights flickered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I looked at all of the girls to see what their reaction was. The other girls all looked at each other, wide-eyed. But instead of stopping, they kept going, pushing the board for more answers. "Who are you?" Hannah asked. The planchette moved again, faster this time. It spelled out a name, Eli. None of us knew anyone by that name. Then, without warning, the lights went out completely. This caused everyone to scream. I jumped off the couch. My heart was racing now, but I couldn't see anything. There was a strange noise like scratching coming from the walls. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The lights flickered back on, and when they did, all the girls were pale, their hands still on the board. Hannah was crying, and the planchette was spinning in circles, moving so fast I thought it might fly off the board. "I think we should stop," one of the girls whispered. They all pulled their hands away at once, and the board went still. No one said a word for what felt like forever. The room felt wrong, like something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel that lingering presence of something that I couldn't see. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did anyone else. In the morning, everyone packed up their things in silence, and quickly too shaken to talk about what had happened. A few days later, I found out that Hannah had been having nightmares ever since that night. Dreams about a man standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. Another girl said that she kept hearing scratches at her window, even though nothing was there when she looked. Me, I never experienced anything. Not a single nightmare, not a single strange sound. It was like I'd been spared. I think about that night sometimes, how close I came to joining them just to avoid their ridicule. I don't know what they encountered, but I know one thing for sure. I was lucky. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I didn't let peer pressure pull me in. Whatever they let in that night, I'm just grateful it never came for me. When my mom was a little kid, her dad was killed in a road accident. The grief nearly broke my nan. She couldn't accept that he was gone, not entirely. And in her desperation, she started trying to contact him. It started small, leaving out little notes, whispering to the empty spaces of the house. But then my great aunt got involved. She was deep into the kinds of things that most people avoid: spiritualism, old rituals, things she claimed could pierce the veil between worlds. She convinced my Nan that there was a way to reach my grandfather. All they needed was a board. They did it at night, after the kids had gone to bed. The planchette moved with a mind of its own, spelling things my Nan swore only her husband would know. At first, she believed. At first, it was comforting. But then, the messages changed. The tone turned cruel. The thing on the board knew too much. Things it shouldn't have known. And then, the worst part, it never left. Whatever they let out that night clung to my mom's older sister. She was 6 at the time. My mom was only 4. My mom refuses to talk about the worst of it, but the stories have never stopped. The scratches came first, deep, angry welts appearing overnight, sometimes fresh and bleeding in the morning. Then, objects moved, small things at first. A toy rolling across the floor, a spoon falling from the counter. But soon it escalated. Books were thrown across the room, plates shattered mid-air. The worst nights, the girls would wake up screaming, their hair being yanked by invisible hands. Doors locked on their own, not just bedroom doors, but the front door, the bathroom, even cabinets and drawers, trapping them, taunting them. My Nan would have to fight with the locks, sometimes taking them clean off with a hammer, just to free her children. And then there was the fire. My mom swears she woke up to smoke filling her room one night. The source, her own bedside table. The wood itself had started to smolder, blackening and cracking as if someone had held a flame to it. No candles, no matches, nothing around it that could have caused it. Whatever it was never left my aunt. Even after she grew up and moved to another country, it followed. Her husband, her children. They all experienced the same things that she did as a child. Doors that lock on their own, objects moving, scratches. Cold spots that are so intense, they leave breath hanging in the air. The last time that she visited here, I made the mistake of staying overnight at my Nan's house while she was there. I barely slept. The entire night, I felt watched. My phone screen kept lighting up by itself, as if someone was touching it. And then, around 3 a.m., I heard something, a soft, scraping sound, like nails dragging along the wall, just beside my bed. I packed my bags and left before dawn. Now, when I visit my aunt's country, I stay in a hotel. No exceptions. People think these things aren't real, that Ouija boards are just games. But I'm telling you, once you open that door, you don't always get to close it. My aunt never even touched the board herself, and yet it latched onto her. It has haunted her for decades. It's haunted us all. Blessings, prayers, exorcisms, none of it has ever worked. So if you ever find yourself sitting in front of a board, staring at that little wooden planchette, ask yourself this: what if something answers? And worse, what if it never leaves? So I've never seen a ghost, but I had an experience with a Ouija board as a teenager that still haunts me. Even now, as a skeptical atheist, I have no idea how to explain what happened that night. I was 15, having a sleepover with friends like typical teenagers. We wanted to scare ourselves, so we pulled out a Ouija board. At first, nothing exciting happened. Just random movements. We all assumed that we were shaking or just doing it by accident. But then something changed. The planchette became more deliberate. We had asked for a name, and it spelled out Ian. And then it started saying something about my mom, but none of us understood what it meant. We were dumbass kids looking for a thrill, so we pushed further. We asked Ian to prove himself. Can you move something? Can you touch one of us? Can you lift one of us up? And then I felt something, an icy chill starting at my feet, slowly crawling up my body. It wasn't just cold, it was something else, something that settled deep in my bones. I sat cross-legged, barely breathing, and too afraid to move. 2 of my friends were in front of me at the Ouija board. My 3rd friend was across the room on the bed, rolling her eyes at us. She could see all of us from where she sat. My back was against the wall with no one behind me. And then without warning, I felt a hand press firmly against my back and shove me forward. I screamed. My friend on the bed screamed louder. She'd just watched my shirt yank violently upward, like something had grabbed the fabric and pulled. I shot to my feet. My whole body was literally shaking. Okay, thank you, Ian. We're done. I stammered. I pushed the planchette to goodbye, and I refused to touch the board again after that. That night, as I laid in bed, I felt that same ice-cold sensation wash over me. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, grateful that I could move, but I could see the covers rising, slowly, as if something underneath them was lifting them up. I squeezed my eyes shut, told myself that I was imagining things, but the chill stayed, the unnatural kind of cold that I couldn't shake. Finally, I had enough. I got up, sat in front of the Ouija board, alone this time, not touching it, and whispering, "Please stop." The cold faded, but I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I still felt off. My back burned where I'd felt the hand. When I looked in the mirror, my stomach dropped. There were 3 distinct red marks across my skin, like fingerprints, and they stayed there for days. I asked my mom to pick me up first thing in the morning. On the way home, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, so I blurted out, "Have you ever had anything paranormal happen to you?" She didn't even hesitate. "Well," she said, "there was Ian." I froze. She told me about her high school boyfriend, Ian, who had died in a car accident. After his death, people kept seeing her at his grave, even when she was nowhere near it. Her mom and sister once walked right up to a girl that they swore was her, but the second they got close, she disappeared. I have no way to explain what happened that night. I don't know what was reaching out to me or why, but I do know one thing. Stay the hell away from Ouija boards. I was 20 when this happened, but even now, over 10 years later, I won't let a Ouija board in my house. I won't even touch the box. My friend Lauren had one that she'd gotten from her cousin's attic. It looked old. Like, not mass-produced Parker Brothers old, but weirdly handmade. The board was thick wood, almost black. The letters looked like they'd been burned into it. I remember the planchette was carved, what looked like out of bone. She swore up and down it was fake, but I don't think it was meant to be a toy. Anyway, we were staying in her grandma's cabin for the weekend, way out near the Blue Ridge. Middle of nowhere, no signal, no neighbors, just old woods, wind, quiet. It started like any dumb sleepover type thing. We even lit candles, had dumb questions prepared. But then Lauren asked if anyone was with us, and the planchette moved. I swear to God, it moved. Not fast, not dramatic, but just enough to make it feel like someone was answering. It spelled Rose. None of us knew a Rose. We asked if she had a message, and it spelled leave. Then again, leave. Lauren thought it was funny, like the ghost was a dramatic movie villain or something, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It felt serious, and unless Lauren was doing this herself, I felt like whoever or whatever was talking wasn't messing around. I said goodbye and took my hands off. The planchette didn't move after that. Lauren and the others messed around for another 10 minutes, but eventually got bored. We went to bed around 2. That night, I woke up because I thought I heard someone walking around on the porch. Slow, heavy steps. Thought maybe Lauren was outside for a smoke, but when I checked, her bed was full. I tried to ignore it, thought maybe it was a raccoon or one of the other girls. I'm a city kid. I don't know what kind of wildlife makes what sounds. Though deep down, I don't think it was an animal. And then something scratched the wall behind my head. I froze. It wasn't a random thump or animal sound. It was scratching, slow, deliberate, and it was high up, like whatever it was very tall. I turned on my flashlight, but I didn't see anything. In the morning, because somehow I managed to fall asleep, I noticed the glass on the back of the door had a weird, greasy handprint on it, too big to be one of ours. It looked smudged, like someone had pressed their face against the glass, too. We packed up early, and we left that day. None of us talked about it on the ride back. A week later, Lauren messaged me. She said she couldn't find the board. Thought maybe one of us had taken it. None of us had taken it. We never saw it again. I still don't know what we talked to that night. But I think about what it said. Leave. And I think maybe it wasn't trying to scare us. Maybe it was trying to protect us. Maybe whatever it was trying to keep out got in anyway. I was never one to believe in ghosts, let alone Ouija boards. But when you're 17 at a friend's house in the middle of nowhere, and someone pulls out the board, you just play along. It was me, my best friend Jess, her cousin Nate, and his girlfriend Emily. We were in Jess's basement, the kind that was never finished. Concrete floors, exposed beams, old furniture covered in sheets. We lit a couple candles for the vibe, of course, and we put our hands on the planchette. At first, it was the usual nonsense. Is anyone here? Slow, shaky, yes. What's your name? Gibberish. We all accused each other of moving it, laughing every time it spelled something dumb. But then Nate, being the skeptic he was, rolled his eyes and asked something different. Tell us something only one of us would know. The planchette didn't move for a long time, and just as Emily was going to call it quits, it slid. It took its sweet time, but eventually we could see that it had spelled, sorry about the clock. Jess went pale. She pulled her hands away. Nope, I'm done. We all asked what that meant, but she refused to answer. We tried to keep going, but she wouldn't put her hand back on the board, so we said goodbye and packed it up. Later that night, after we were all camped out in the living room, Jess finally told us. Her grandfather had passed away earlier that year. The last time she saw him, he'd been fixing an old clock for her, one that hadn't worked for decades. He was halfway through the repairs when he had a stroke and passed away 2 days later. She still had the clock, untouched, sitting in the basement. I wish that was the end of it. But around 3 a.m., I woke up to this quiet, ticking, slow, rhythmic sound. I figured everyone had left their phone alarms on, but when I sat up, I realized it was coming from the basement. I was not about to investigate alone, so I shook Jess awake. She was groggy and annoyed, but when I told her to just listen, her expression changed. We woke up Nate and Emily. None of us wanted to go down there, but we also couldn't just ignore it. So with our phone flashlights cutting through the dark, we made our way to the basement floor. The moment Jess pulled it open, the ticking stopped. We stood there, silent, and then Jess muttered, "It's coming from the workbench." We inched forward, and sure enough, the clock, her grandfather's unfinished project, was sitting there, and the second hand was moving. The thing was working. None of us knew what to say. Jess walked up to it, hesitated, and then reached out and picked it up. She turned it over in her hands, eyes wide, and whispered, "It's not wound." The thing had no batteries, no working mechanism. It had been broken for years, and yet it had ticked. I don't think it was evil. I don't think it was even trying to scare us. But I do think it was real. And I'll never touch a Ouija board again, because sometimes the dead are still listening. And sometimes it might not be somebody's grandpa. I guess in this case, we just got lucky. When I was 13, I woke up in the middle of the night, standing in front of my dresser mirror, my reflection staring back at me, my lips moving, repeating the same phrase over and over. "The gift is coming. The gift is coming." The words felt rhythmic, almost like a chant. They were what finally pulled me into a full awareness. My mouth was still forming the sounds as I came to. My voice was flat and emotionless. The moment I realized what I was doing, a wave of unease washed over me. I talked in my sleep all the time, still do, but I'd never walked in my sleep before. I remember thinking it was weird, but eventually shrugging it off. I climbed back into bed, and by morning, the whole thing was little more than a passing thought. A couple of days later, my two friends came over. One of them had a Ouija board, which I'd never seen before and I didn't know much about. I played on it with them for a while, but it just spelled out random letters. Nothing made sense. Eventually, I got bored and went into my room while my friends kept playing. A little while later, they packed it up, slightly disappointed. They wanted to walk to Dairy Queen instead. As we walked, I casually asked if anything had happened while they were playing. My friends just shrugged. "Not really," one said. "We were just asking dumb questions about our futures, like, will Heather get a boyfriend? What job will Elizabeth have? Stuff like that." "Did it answer anything?" I asked them. They both laughed. "Not really. Mostly just gave random letters or stopped working. It was kind of lame." I remember asking, "Did you ask anything about me?" "Yeah, just a general question. Like, what does the future hold for Sierra?" My stomach tightened for reasons I didn't really know. "And?" I asked them. They glanced at each other before answering. "That was actually the one time it spelled a real word." I hesitated, not sure if I wanted to know. "What word?" "Gift," my friend said. Gift. A strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck. I hadn't told anyone about waking up in front of the mirror. I'd barely even thought about it since that night, but now, every detail came rushing back. The words I'd spoken in my sleep. "The gift is coming." Something about it sent an unshakable unease through me. But what was even stranger to me at that age was my reaction. Normally, I was quite a talker. If something weird happened, I'd tell anyone who'd listen. But this time, I just said, "Oh." I wasn't scared. I wasn't worried about what they'd think. I just didn't want to talk about it. It felt like something that belonged to me alone, something I wasn't supposed to share. I'm 53 now. I only told this story for the first time about a year ago. It still pops into my head randomly, like an unsolved puzzle I was never meant to understand. I don't know if I ever received the gift. Maybe I already have it. Maybe I'll never know. Or maybe one day I'll wake up again, standing in front of a mirror, finally understanding what I've been waiting for. I'll try to keep this short, but I'll have to give some background. To start, I'm pretty well versed in the supernatural at this point, from a technical and personal standpoint. I know how to protect myself and everything. One night, I was with some friends. We decided to play Ouija. Now, this isn't a cautionary tale about the Ouija board, as I've had many, many interesting and totally harmless sessions with it. This one, too, was safe, but scared us nonetheless. We had already gone through a few rounds successfully, having tons of fun. Then we met D. We talked to him for a while. He was a pimp who was born in Canada, but lived and worked in Mexico City. He was 41 when he died, in the year 1952. He was shot due to his job, in the very building we were in. He had a wife and 2 kids, and his favorite color was purple. Our second time talking to him, there were only 3 of us left. It was around midnight. He was having trouble remembering things we asked him, like where he grew up, who his parents were. He barely remembered his wife and kids even. He confirmed that it was difficult to remember things in the afterlife. My friend Maria asked, "Is there anything you wanted to talk to us about?" Life, he spelled out. "Do you want us to help you remember more about your life?" I asked. "Yes." "And how can we do that?" we asked. This was where things took a darker turn. The planchette moved to the O, to the U, then to the T. Out. D wanted out. My friends and I looked at each other. "Sorry, D," I told him. "We can't let you out." It really is one of the most important rules when playing Ouija. Never invite a spirit back to the world of the living. The planchette moved to yes. "No," Maria said. "We can't let you out." Our hands slid rapidly. N-O-W. We were all very uncomfortable at this point. "Okay," I said. "We're going to have to say goodbye now. Nice to meet you." As soon as I said we were leaving, the planchette practically flew over to the no. "Yeah," my friend Farrell said. "We're going now. Bye." There was a strange resistance when we moved the planchette across goodbye. I mean, wouldn't you be scared if the ghost you'd been talking to insisted that you let him out and said no when you tried to leave? It was by far the scariest paranormal experience I've had in my young life. Growing up, we used to play with Ouija boards a lot, but nothing actually happened. It was just a game to us, until we were 15. That's when Helen moved to our town. She said that her old house was haunted and that she could see spirits. We didn't believe her, but we asked if she ever did seances or went ghost hunting. Of course, she said that she did all of those things, including the Ouija board. So we invited her over for a slumber party at my house. There were 4 of us in total. After my parents went to bed, we got out the board, lit some candles, and Helen did her thing. We all had a hand on the planchette while she closed her eyes and muttered beneath her breath, but we couldn't understand a word of it. This went on for a couple of minutes until the planchette suddenly began to shake. It was only for a second, but we all felt it. Though it might be simple to push one across the board, I don't know how to make it vibrate without being noticeable. The board wasn't rigged. It was mine. Once that happened, she started asking questions. First was, "Do you want to speak with us?" And the planchette moved to yes. Next she asked, "Were you alive in this century?" And the response was no. She continued to say no to each preceding century until Helen asked, "Have you ever been alive?" And it said, "No." She asked for its name, and there was no answer. but a globe fell from the shelf behind us. Despite the vibrating planchette in the beginning, we still believed all of her questions and answers were fake. But how could she make the globe fall? Things only got worse from there. Helen seemed like she was getting nervous. Her voice trembled when she asked, "Are you a demon?" The planchette shot to yes, and my bedroom door swung open. It had been latched shut, and I'm an only child. Plus, even if my parents had been awake, that isn't their style. They have zero sense of humor, as you're about to see. Helen looked at us for the first time since starting and urged us not to take our hands away until she said so. Then she began telling the demon that it wasn't welcome here, and my door slammed back shut with enough force to make me and one of the other girls recoil. We both let go. It happened the instant before Helen could say goodbye. She explained that using a Ouija board is like opening an actual door to the other side, and insisted that we had to close it again. We were all so frightened we would have done anything she said, but before we could start back, we heard loud footsteps coming down the hall. My door had woken my parents, and now my dad was angry. We screamed when he entered. Waking them up had been the last thing on our mind. Needless to say, the board was taken away, and he didn't want to hear about our emergent need to close the spiritual door. Not when he had to be up for work in 4 hours. At first, we were too scared to go to sleep, but over time, we convinced ourselves everything was a coincidence. All of us except for Helen, of course. I don't know what time it was when I woke up again, but it was before 4 because my dad hadn't gotten to work yet. There was a light whimpering sound coming from one of the other girls. When I looked to my right, I saw Helen, shrunken into her sleeping bag, staring into the corner with tears streaming down the sides of her face. I followed her gaze. I saw a menacing, hunched-over figure standing in the shadows. Only it wasn't a shadow. The mass looked like a cloud of black smoke, shaped into a crippled old man. Then, before our very eyes, it straightened up and pointed its long-nosed face upwards toward the ceiling and vanished. The activity continued after my friends left the next day, and my parents blamed me for every slammed door or broken dish. I had nightmares of demonic creatures standing around my bed, trying to crawl into my body. I begged my parents to return the Ouija board, but they said I was using it as an excuse. It was 4 weeks of misery before they finally believed me. One day, we were eating dinner together in the kitchen when Mom's water glass spilled by itself. No one's hand was anywhere near it. It just toppled over. Mom pushed her seat back, grabbed a towel for the mess, but her chair wasn't jostled in the shuffle. It remained perfectly upright as she darted away. Then, it began to tilt backwards, as if someone were pulling on it. We all froze as it tipped back on its front legs before being violently knocked onto its side. Mom screamed. Dad sat in confused silence, and I said, "I told you so." Mom was ready to switch sides right then, but Dad didn't fully come around until he was walking into the kitchen and felt a hand grab his leg. It even left fingerprints on his skin. That weekend, I was allowed to invite Helen back, and my parents returned the Ouija board. They also promptly confiscated it again once Helen was finished closing the door. I can't say that I cared. I'd already decided never to touch one again, and to this day, I haven't, but burned into the backyard. I didn't have nightmares anymore. There were no more strange figures. All in all, I'd say I got off easy. Once upon a time, when I was young and dumb and extremely drunk, my college dorm mates and I decided to make a Ouija board and contact the spirits that we suspected lived in our large old dorm building. We had heard stories, which turned out to be true, that our dorm had been many things before the city sold the building to our school for next to nothing because no one else wanted it. The stories went like this. Our school had been an old TB hospital originally. This story was bolstered by the fact that we had a crematorium in the basement, complete with 2 large, dark, people-cooking ovens. This door was always locked, but we'd gotten in there to view this macabre wonder several times. Supposedly, there was a nurse who had worked at the hospital, whose husband had left her for a woman he'd met during the war, and so she hated men. This will become relevant later. We found a gurney in some back room. It was old and completely made of metal. The kind of thing that could have easily transported the dead from anywhere to that cold crematorium. The last thing that the building had been before the school gained possession was a not-so-nice brothel. Rumor had it that a prostitute had been slain by her pimp in the creepy elevator, one that was so dangerous it had to be drywalled up long ago. There was supposed to be blood splatter still on the walls. Throughout the place, walls were where they weren't supposed to be, added for convenience and space over time. The basement, which was a series of small rooms, had once been one big room, with only the crematorium as an extra body storage. The nursing station was on the 2nd floor, and those rooms were safer. Rocking chairs rocked, posters stared, etc. We decided to contact the spirits of the dead the hard, drunk way. No store-bought Ouija board for us. We got a large piece of wood that was cut into a square, and we cut our hands like lunatics and drew the letters in blood. Then we used a convenient shot glass for the planchette and got about the business of contacting the dead. It moved, of course, and everybody blamed everyone else. I was drunk scared, though, which translates to absolutely terrified. We talked to a little boy first, who wouldn't tell us his name, and seemed almost as scared as I was of something. He kept saying that he shouldn't talk to us because 9 was coming. We laughed, accused each other of messing around with the thing, and kept going, because you're chicken shit if you don't, right? Eventually, 9 showed up, and I don't remember a whole lot about what that thing said, but I do remember that it hated on this one guy in our group so much that it was noticeable it didn't appreciate his presence. He was super cute and went through girls like people go through tissues when they have a bad cold. We disbanded our little Ouija experiment soon after that, going our separate ways to our separate rooms. That night, that guy, the one that 9 was hating on, had a nightmare. It was loud enough to wake us all. He said that thing visited him in the night. It claimed they were watching him and were disgusted by him, going as far as choking him to the point that he thought he was going to die. She was wearing a nurse's uniform. Okay, before I tell my story, yes, I realize now, 14 years later, I did some dumb shit when I was 18. The question is how I got it to stop. Leave my family alone, as we want to have a normal life. All of this is true. No, I don't think I have mental illness. I go to the VA. I've been tested for all kinds of mental illnesses, which doesn't check out. I was raised semi-Catholic, only been baptized, no other sacraments. There is a preface to this story, and now that I'm older, it makes a lot of sense. I didn't sleep in my own bed until I was around 13, because I used to see things at night which scared the absolute dog shit out of me. Like most parents, they didn't believe anything I ever said. One time, playing hide and seek when I was a kid, around 6 or 7, I was hiding under the covers. I was looking at a shelf, and I saw a bin full of Legos get tugged, like someone pushed down on it. 2 minutes later, the bin gets pulled out of the wall by itself. My dad runs in to see what's happened, to which I have no explanation. I was across the room, by myself. I used to see figures at night in my room. They never approached my bed, but would kind of look at me in the closet. They were real fuzzy around the edges and took on different forms. When I went to Yosemite on a camping trip, I remember being awake, terrified in my bed next to my mom. There were black figures walking around in hiking clothing, but no faces or anything. They made no sound as they walked around our cabin around 5:30 in the morning. I was the only one who was awake, who saw it, and I can vaguely remember one standing next to my bed. My mom and I were asleep, and it was standing, looking down at me. The day after I turned 13, I started sleeping in my own bed because my dad had had enough. I had a radio in my room. I turned on NPR at night for white noise so I could try to sleep. I kept the lights on a low dim and the closet door closed so I wouldn't have things looking at me. None of these figures ever made noises. Okay, real story time. I joined the Marine Corps in the infantry in 2009 at 17 years old. By 18, I went to my duty station in Kaneohe Bay, Hawaii. Those who don't know Hawaiian folklore, Kaneohe Bay used to be the meeting place for native Hawaiian tribes to do battle. The movie Paranormal Activity also came out that year, and we all got drunk, went to the movies to see it. There's this stupid scene where they get a Ouija board. Yes, I know this is where I got stupid. And they leave it on the table, then it moves by itself. Drunk me asks on the drive home if that stuff actually works. We go and find one the next day at a Spencer's Gifts in the Windward Mall. We take it back to our squad bay. We stayed in open bays when we first got there. And the person on duty, like RA for a dorm or security, who's Catholic Hispanic, he turns white and he says, "Get that shit out of here right now." We laugh and go to our bay on the top floor. We pull couches around the table and start drinking because we're Marines and dumb. And then we start reading the directions on how to do it. I text my girlfriend, now wife. She also tells me to stop messing with this stuff. She Googles it and tells me to put sterling silver on the board, to which I magically have a St. Michael's medallion that my mother had given me before boot camp. I put it on the board. Again, I don't believe in this stuff. None of the people participating believe this. We put our hands on the pointer, start asking stupid things like, "Is there anyone who wants to talk to us tonight?" This goes on for a while, till all of a sudden the pointer starts moving slowly. I look at the other people and I say, "Stop fucking around. I want to see if this works." Everyone claims that it's not them, and it slowly moves over to yes. So we start asking if it's anyone that we know. It goes to yes again. We ask, who does it know? It says our friend, Nathan, who's sitting on the couch across the bay with a beer in his hand, not touching anything. He's drunk and says, "Very funny, guys." He sits up and says, "Okay, if you know who I am, who are you?" And the pointer spells out, "Grandma." He laughs again and says, "Okay, Grandma, what's your first name?" The board spells out his grandma's name correctly. We look at him and say, "Okay, who did you tell your grandma's name to?" To which he kind of gets quiet, and he says, "No one." He started to ask the year that she died. Answered correctly. Her husband's name. Answered correctly. His mother's name. Answered correctly. He gets extremely quiet after this and asks if she has anything she wants to say. And she says, "I love you," and goes to goodbye immediately. He looks freaked out after that, and it's no longer fun. We kept talking to different entities, but it starts to get really weird, where the board starts naming people with birth and death dates from the 1800s, which we Google, and they're all 100% correct. Then I talk to an entity who says it was my mother's unborn child, which was killed by an axe. I text my mom about what I'm doing. She tells me, "You need to stop immediately." She has her own story, where something tried to contact her. At this point, a wicked Marine walks in and he says, What the actual fuck are you guys doing? This is not a fucking toy or a game. You need to give this to me right now. I need to close this fucking board. He jumps on and he starts doing some weird praying or rituals, saying that we're talking to all sorts of things that we shouldn't be. The Hispanic duty man from before walks up to our floor and says, "Hey, can you guys please stop? There's a lot of weird stuff going on downstairs and everyone's freaked out. There's weird orbs of light at the end of the bays and things are getting knocked over by themselves. Please, stop." By the end of this, I'm done messing with the thing, but word got around that this was going on, and around 20 more 18 or 19-year-old Marines show up wanting to talk to spirits on the board. One guy even asked to talk to Satan, and the wicked Marine got pissed because he had to sit there the whole rest of the night, essentially babysitting the board. The next day, I felt kind of weird, like there was a pit in my stomach. I went into the bathroom and I kind of started dry heaving till I felt something leave my mouth, but there was no puke or anything. I thought it was too much drinking and ignored it. Went about my business. There was one Marine who started acting weird for a week as he took the board into a closet by himself, tried to contact his grandfather. People in his platoon said that he started acting weird and distant. I don't really know what happened after that. I don't remember what happened to the board, but I never touched it again, not after that night. And when a coworker brought one to work as a joke on Halloween, I immediately turned and left. We were up on a mortar range on the Big Island at a training area called PTA. We would get thick fogs that would roll in, this on top of a remote volcano on being on the Big Island, with nobody except military personnel in training. Everyone would hear children laughing off in the distance in the morning. They'd always ask each other, "Am I the only one hearing the children laughing?" We all agreed that we heard it, but no one ventured out into the fog to see what it was. It usually happened in the mornings. This was my last paranormal encounter in the Marines. Okay, fast forward 13 years. I'm married. I've got a 1.5-year-old who's now walking and talking. We move into our new house with no issues. It's a new house and we bought it from the original owners, who are still alive. No deaths or anything that we knew of. I posted about this instance before, but just about what happened next. One day my daughter is running around the house, bouncing around normally like she always does. She points to the armchair sitting against a desk in the downstairs guest room. The door was sitting open and she says, "Daddy, there's a man in the chair," and runs over to me immediately. I pick her up. She looks back in the room, starts shrieking and tries as hard as she can to press herself into me, saying again, "There's a man in the chair." The only thing she knows about ghosts are that they say boo. She's super friendly with people that she sees all the time, so I have no idea if there was an actual person in the chair, or why she would be so terrified. I have no idea what she saw, but I believe that it wasn't nice. She's inconsolable with crying, shrieking. I can't comfort her. All of my childhood experiences and Marine Corps stuff comes back to me. I tell my wife about it. She actually believes me. We take her to my parents' house and we go into town immediately to buy a feather, incense, other stuff to do a smudging. It was recommended by someone. We proceed to do the smudging throughout the entire house, while I carry around my Catholic Bible commanding all spirits to get out of my house in the name of St. Michael, Jesus Christ, and the Lord Almighty God. I don't go outside, but we go in every closet, garage, etc. We bring my daughter back with no issues, and life goes on for a while. Every now and then, before we put her to bed, she's now 2. "Daddy, there's a bad man in the house." We always misdirect or read her stories and such, and she goes to sleep with no issue. We have a hot tub in our backyard, and I go to sit in it at night before bed some nights when I'm tired, but one particular night, I had this horrible feeling that someone or something was watching me. Not only that, they were glaring at me as if they were angry. I think I'm empathic. I can feel emotions and feelings. Whatever this was, it was furious and angry with me. I could almost feel it staring me down, like I angered it somehow, personally. When I walk into my house from the backyard, I feel like I'm being watched by something still. It doesn't go into the house, but somehow I can feel it looking at me inside the rear glass slider, inside. Sometimes our healer puppy that we brought home runs out the dog door 2 or 3 in the morning and just starts growling and barking for no reason. And we go down to yell at him to go back inside. The final thing that I think is that I believe this entity or entities are tormenting me, disturbing thoughts that don't belong to me. They started about 2 months ago, before my daughter was born. And up until the end of 2020, I didn't have these thoughts. I've been tested by the VA for psychosis, schizophrenia, mania, bipolar. Have absolutely none of those or any other medical disorders outside of PTSD. I've got no hallucinations, seeing or hearing things that aren't there at all. I can't describe it, but it feels like something has been putting these thoughts in my head. Even sometimes my dreams. They definitely feel like they don't belong to me, like they're not mine. I think whatever I contacted back in 2009 has been dormant for a long time and is now trying to come after me and my family. I'm going to have to contact a bona fide psychic, see if they can see what's going on, hopefully do some energy management and get this thing or things out of our lives once and for all. I'm honestly open for suggestions, prayers, advice. I want whatever this is to go away. Back in the 90s, when I was married, my wife and I experimented with Ouija boards and other things for a while, which I don't recommend. I think the lure of curiosity can lead to trouble. Weird occurrences can both terrify and stimulate more curiosity. Once during this period, my then wife was on the couch watching TV in the living room one evening. There was light from the kitchen and a hallway by the front door, and from the TV. The living room was dimly lit. I stood near a set of bookshelves where the TV was, by the short hallway that led to the front door. I noticed a shadow near my wife on the wall behind the couch. It moved slowly along the wall, just behind her and towards the window. I asked her if she saw it too, and she said that she did. We both watched as it moved steadily along the wall, past the window, and down along behind the couch, and then beyond that, into a dark corner. It then moved over the wooden bookshelves, and I could hear some subtle cracks and pops in the wood of the shelves as it passed over them. It went directly past where I stood, and around the corner in the hallway. The hall light flared brighter as it passed. Then it moved to the closed front door and seemed to be gone. Realistically, I don't believe that there's any explaining it away. Nothing was moving by a light source to cause it, and it moved independently. Seaside Sanatorium, Waterford, Connecticut. Back in 2002, my friends and I did some old-fashioned trespassing that turned kind of terrifying. The building had been abandoned for 4 or 5 years by this point. We thought, let's bring some alcohol, some flashlights, and just see if this place was as scary as everyone ramped it up to be. Right when we got inside, it was obvious we weren't the first ones with this idea. Leftover alcohol, a makeshift Ouija board, some pentagrams, and other random shit that littered the floor. After messing with that stuff, we decided to explore in 2 groups, each on opposite ends of the building. When we regrouped, our flashlights, the ones with fresh batteries, started to flicker. While we were all standing together, discussing what happened, we discovered that what we were hearing couldn't have been each other. The whispers, they weren't us messing around. The obnoxious sounds of doors slamming. Then, while standing together discussing what had happened, we heard a door slam in the distance. With that, we ran, and in our hurry, leaving our own alcohol behind. Hey all, 45-year-old widower here, and I need some help with a demon. A lot has happened to get me to this point, so I'm just gonna take you through this mess best I can. My wife, Tammy, died just under 2 years ago, during our son's freshman year of college. He took the rest of the semester off, but eventually we had to go back to our lives, so he returned to school after Christmas break. Then it was just me here, alone, with Tammy's memory, and I didn't handle that so well. I started drinking just to fall asleep at night, and next thing you know, bam, I was a full-on alcoholic. For a while, I thought it was under control because I was holding down my job. Turns out my boss was just giving me a little room because of my situation. But that grace period came to an end when I screwed up some paperwork that cost him north of $30,000. The customers appreciated the hell out of me, but somehow that didn't make much of an impact when I was begging John not to fire me. I thought being home alone all night was torture, but I didn't realize how much worse things could get. I had been ignoring my actual schedule and working 7 days a week from opening to closing, so I didn't have to go home. But now I was trapped here, 24/7. That's when the weird shit started happening. Now, I dream about Tammy all the time, and anyone who has lost a loved one knows how hard it is the first few moments after waking up. You forget what's happened, and for a few seconds, life feels normal again. Then reality comes crashing back, and you have to relive the grief again. See, that happens to me all the time, but occasionally, there's a twist to it. First, I should probably clarify that I've never experienced sleep paralysis before this, and I've always thought the paranormal was just superstitious nonsense. It's all in the months leading up to this. I never once considered seeing a psychic or trying to contact Tammy's spirit. The thought hadn't even occurred to me until she started talking to me in my dreams. During the second week of November, I had my first experience. From the very beginning, I knew it wasn't a normal dream. I wasn't reliving old memories or seeing visions of Tammy's accident. I was in bed, alone, and the only source of light came from a dimming street lamp outside my window. It was just bright enough to reveal a shadowy figure looming next to the door, which I assumed to be an intruder. I tried to jump out of bed, but I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle. I was just stuck lying on my back as this person slowly inched closer. They moved like they hadn't noticed that I was awake. I didn't know who it could be or what they wanted, but then they passed by the window, and I saw it was Tammy. There was no period of confusion where I thought she was still alive. I was fully lucid. The first thought was, this is the realest nightmare I've ever had, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. She didn't look like ghosts do in the movies, not unless it's horror. This wasn't one of those lovely visions where she's at peace or gives me her blessing to move on. No. She looked like she randomly decided to come home and crawled out of her grave. She was on her way to the grocery store when a giant dually truck came flying off on an exit ramp and killed her on impact. The other driver died as well. Apparently, he had left a bar to go pick up a friend. The damage was so bad. I'm sorry. I really can't handle describing it in detail, but she suffered massive trauma. And now she was standing there like she had just stepped out of the wreckage. After she passed the window, the darkness once again distorted her features, but only until she was directly next to me. Then she sat on the edge of the bed, and suddenly became very much the image of what you would see in a movie. She was glowing and beautiful. She smiled, and all the fear melted away, forgotten. She said that she was still here, unable to move on, and needed my help. Then her soft glow faded back into a shadow and disappeared entirely. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in the morning. I fully believed it was only a dream, but it freaked me out, and unlike other dreams, it didn't fade as the day wore on. I couldn't get it out of my head. Later the next evening, I was watching TV in the den, and Tammy's recliner suddenly popped open, exactly as if she'd sat in it. We have two big leather lazy boys that are pretty worn in. All you gotta do is sit down and slightly lean back for them to pop open. But they've never just randomly opened by themselves. I heard the noise it made when she would sit down. I know you all know what I mean. That distinct sound of the leather stretching and the springs squeaking. I looked over in confusion to literally see an imprint of someone sitting there as the chair leaned back and the footrest came out. A few nights later, I had another nightmare where I woke up paralyzed again. It started with the same horrifying image of Tammy after her accident, but she was glowing by the time she sat next to me. And again, she said something about being stuck here, but she almost sounded far away. Then, the last thing I was able to understand was something about a box in the back of her closet. When I woke up in the morning, there was an awful stench of rotten meat. It almost made me forget about the dream, but then I thought of how random the thing about Tammy's closet was, and I wondered if I smelled something in my sleep. Like maybe my subconscious decided it was coming from the closet. All of Tammy's stuff is exactly where she left it, because I just can't bear to go through it. But I had to get rid of that smell. Well, the only thing I found was a birthday present and a card that she never got to give to me. It had never even occurred to me that she had probably already gotten one. I sat on the floor reading the card over and over for a long time before suddenly realizing the bad smell was gone. I couldn't explain it any more than a dream leading me to that present. So that's when I learned about sleep paralysis on the internet. It kept popping up all over my search results, and most of it matched the actual experience perfectly. Then I started looking into ghosts and reading about other people who claimed to be visited by a dead spouse. I read a lot of stories where someone lost their partner unexpectedly, and neither party could move on, not until they were able to say a proper goodbye. That really seemed to fit with the parts where Tammy said that she was stuck. Well, I couldn't afford to hire a psychic, not while I'm living off of savings and insurance, so I decided to talk to Tammy herself. I might be a sorry piece of shit these days, but the one line I won't cross is driving drunk. I couldn't bear to do to someone else what that bastard did to us. Instead, I overnighted a Ouija board and some candles from Amazon. It didn't work right away. In fact, I almost quit. But then the glass slider piece actually started moving. I about shit myself. But Tammy basically confirmed almost everything that I had assumed. She didn't have the closure that she needed to move on and needed help. But that's as far as we got the first night, because it just suddenly stopped working. Still, for the first time, I had hope again. I drank less and less to the point that I hadn't realized I was down to a 6-pack a day. More things started happening around the house. Sometimes I heard footsteps, or it would suddenly get really cold. During the next sleep paralysis incident, she appeared in glowing form from the beginning. I didn't have to see the nightmare version at all. That time, she said she was getting stronger and asked me to use the board again, saying that she would keep getting stronger until we could have a real conversation. She didn't have to tell me twice. I started using that thing every night, and we talked a little more each time. Occasionally, I smelled the rotten meat again and woke up in a cold sweat. But other times, I would feel a hand on my shoulder or hear her voice and draw strength from it. Then came the night when I had my most intense sleep paralysis episode yet. It felt as real as writing this letter right now. I thought that it was time to say goodbye, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted to be together again, all of us. When our son came home for Christmas, She expected both of us to join her. She even suggested ways to do it. That's when I knew this thing wasn't Tammy. In my research, I'd seen more than a few cautionary tales, but I never actually read any of them all the way through. I just really wanted my case to be one of the real ones. Deep down, I knew there was something wrong. No one else's stories involved stenches of rotten meat or seeing their loved ones mangled. Certainly, they hadn't been asked to harm themselves or others, at least not until I started reading about demons. I'm trying really hard not to start drinking like I was again, but this has all been too much. I've been ignoring it for the last week, and it's just getting angrier and angrier. It pounds on the doors so hard that they shake, and it tries to slam them when you're passing through. I've woken up with scratches on my neck, my back. My son comes home for Christmas in 5 days. I'm afraid for his safety, but if I say why, he'll think that my drinking has gotten worse. Well, seeing is believing, so maybe we'll go to my brother's once he knows I'm not crazy. Of course, I would much rather get rid of this thing. I'm willing to try a priest, but I don't go to church, and the ones I've called have all hung up on me. I even visited a few, but they ended up asking me to leave. I really don't know what to do. I was told that I could use just about anything to connect with the other side, that it didn't have to be a Ouija board. I was also told that you shouldn't do any of this unless you're damn sure you know what you're doing. My mother and grandmother told me this, so I was inclined to heed their warnings. There was never a time when I wanted to connect with the other side until my best friend's cousin died. At first, I was opposed to the idea of connecting to the other side. I could hear my family's warnings radiating in my ears. I was by no means damn sure what I was doing, but Tara was my best friend, and she was grieving. She was going to try with or without me, and for some reason, I thought it would be safer with me. She had made her own board, and I was a little shocked to see she put it together so quickly, but I wasn't surprised. I asked her when she did it. She said she'd been working on it before her cousin died, but she finished it the weekend of the funeral. She's my best friend, yet I had no idea she was working on that thing, which is probably because she knew how wary I was around them. I didn't only believe in their power, I feared it. I know you're scared, she said, but I've done a lot of research and I know we're going to be okay. She didn't so much convince me as I couldn't say no. So, when do you want to do this? I asked. Halloween. Oh God. Well, I'm committed now. Why Halloween? Do you think it raises your chances of reaching your cousin? Because it actually raises your chances of meeting anything, including things you really don't want to meet. But Tara was sure Halloween was best. Halloween night arrived and I made my way to Tara's house. I brought various protection crystals, even though I knew damn well they couldn't actually protect me against anything inherently evil. We were basically about to open a door to anything and everything, while just hoping for the best. I had a few rules of my own, and since I had never actually done this before, I was going to follow those rules, because they came from people with actual experience. When I got to Tara's, she'd already set up her room to look like something straight out of The Craft. The only light came from candles, and black sheets covered her curtains. She also, to my surprise, had a small Sony hand recorder. Apparently, she planned to record this session. There was a small pile of things sitting next to her, and the board was in the middle of a circle she'd created with various sized candles. The pile included a folded sweatshirt, keychain, some random jewelry, and one of those mini troll dolls with the fuzzy hair. And there was a photograph of Tara's cousin, Ari. Before we started, I told Tara to try to clear her mind as much as possible, that she needed to only be thinking about Ari and their connection. You need to think about any and all things Ari, and I'm going to do the same. She nodded her head, and I paused. Also, we don't want to communicate with anyone or anything else, right? If anything except Ari comes through, we say no thank you and move on, right? I looked at Tara for reassurance. Right, she agreed. Originally, I had planned to start, but we both agreed that Tara should be the one. She began by simply asking, Ari, it's Tara and Kat. Are you here? Both our palms were sweating, and the planchette felt slippery beneath our fingertips. But it wasn't just because of our sweat. The planchette was actually moving. Tara and I made eye contact the moment it happened, and my heart rate instantly increased. I couldn't believe something was happening, and I wasn't sure what to do next. The board navigated toward the letters I and then T. We have to try to remember these letters. We don't have anything to write with, I said. Then S, followed by M and E. It's me. Tara was instantly emotional, but she didn't take her hand off the planchette. She just wiped her tears with one hand and looked at me for confirmation. Did I think it was her? How could I be sure? All I knew was it didn't feel like her. It didn't feel familiar. I shook my head. No. But then the planchette started moving again. We hadn't asked the board anything else, but it was spelling something. Can I come in? I was almost ready to take my hand off the planchette because those are exactly the words you don't want to hear when using a spirit board or trying to connect with the other side. No, you cannot. I say aloud before Tara can say anything. I tell her we don't want that, and she hesitantly agrees but continues. Ari, can you just give me a sign that you're here? She grabbed a necklace from the pile next to her and started talking about the story behind it. That was the first time I learned Ari and Tara were raised together until age 8, when they had to move away from each other. That's when Ari's mom got custody of her again. Tara's mom had these silver heart friendship necklaces made for them, half for Tara, half for Ari. Tara was holding both halves in her hand and full on crying, but she kept her fingertips on the planchette. I too had tears in my eyes, which was a bummer because sad tears make my eyes burn, but not being able to wipe them away made it almost impossible to see what was going on. Ari, if you're here, just... Tara's cut off mid-sentence, but I didn't immediately understand why. Holy shit, Tara says quietly, almost a whisper. What? Did something happen? I didn't feel anything move. I am fervently wiping the tears away from my eyes best I can. The troll doll, it moved. Silence, then movement. The board had something to say, and it took a while. The first part was, can't stay, followed by, love you, T. Silence. To me, it felt like whatever was occupying the space was now gone. Whatever connection that we'd made was temporary and was over. I looked at Tara, waiting for her to respond, and after a couple of minutes, she looked up at me and said, okay, let's say goodbye. The rest of the night, Tara was just buzzing. It was nice. I hadn't seen her like that since before Ari died. We stayed up all night watching horror movies and almost forgot about the recording entirely. It had continued recording long after we'd left the room. As we got ready for bed, we huddled around the recorder to listen. Throughout the session, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual captured until we get to where the troll moves. Just as Tara is cut off, a voice can be heard saying, "How about this?" really quickly. It took us a long time to discern what the voice was saying, but we are 99% sure that's what it was, and Tara believed it was Ari's voice. Truthfully, I'm not entirely sure what we connected with that night. I do know that Tara received some genuine closure from the whole thing, and I was kind of amazed to experience anything at all. Though I do stand by my rules when using a Ouija board, and I don't think that they're a toy. I also believe that they can be a valuable tool if used with positive intentions and good practices. I'm definitely not encouraging anyone to pick up a board, but my personal experience showed me that positive things can come from making contact. And even though we are opening a door to just about anything, we do wield some control in that power. We don't have to engage with things we don't want to engage with. Just some food for thought. Happy Halloween, and thanks for reading. This story takes place around 2010-2011, when I was in high school. At this age, I was not the sharpest tool in the shed, with no real discernment or understanding of the spiritual world. At that time, I had a weird obsession with anything occult or satanic. Just to clarify, I'm now 27 and a firm believer and follower of Jesus Christ. And I realize how insane I was to open a door for something evil to enter my home, my life. I experimented with a crudely home-constructed Ouija board a few times and experienced some weird occurrences. It all started when one afternoon, a few friends and I headed to my house for our almost daily after-school smoking session, which always took place in the detached garage. This is also where we had attempted to contact something with the aforementioned Ouija board. We succeeded, and when we asked the entity its name, the planchette moved and spelled out, Keith. Keith answered all of our questions, explaining that he died in 1990 and that his favorite band was Nirvana. I can't really remember anything else that was exchanged. But I awoke the next morning to scratch marks on my side, and though they were only superficial, my stomach dropped when I examined it closer. The scratches were all placed methodically to form a perfect drawing, if you will, of the Nirvana logo. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, it's a smiley face with X's for eyes and a squiggly mouth with its tongue sticking out. My friends came over to my house again the next day, and we confronted Keith, asking if he'd been the one to do this. I already knew, but it was confirmed when the planchette moved to yes. Sometime after this, during summer break, I had a group of about 7 people over for a bonfire in the backyard. One of these friends lived in another city, and they were staying at my house for a week. We'll call her April. It was dark, and still, not even a slight breeze could be felt that night. The friends which had been present for the Keith sessions and I had been talking to the rest about what we'd experienced, and we all agreed to try the board, see if it would happen again. I can't remember exactly what was said, or if the planchette was responding, but what I do remember was asking if whatever I was addressing hated me. Instantly, the planchette flew over yes, and a huge gust of wind started blowing all around me. Just me. It was like a dust devil had formed and enclosed me like a cocoon, as dust and leaves and debris violently flew over me and at me in every direction. I looked at my friends as they were watching this occur, and I swear to you, not one hair on their heads moved. When it stopped, we immediately moved the planchette to goodbye and just kind of sat there in shock for a while. After everyone else left, April and I headed inside, as it was very late. Then, I took the most uncomfortable shower of my life. You know how, when someone is standing near or enters the room, you can just feel their presence? Well, that feeling hung in the air, like a thick cloud. Just the feeling of someone straight up watching me, Now, I'm notorious for taking long showers, using up all the hot water, but I got out of there in what felt like 3 minutes. The next part, it requires a bit of a layout of the house. When you enter, there's a family room with a single large window facing the front yard, a couch in front of said window, and a TV. From this room, going right, you'd go down an L-shaped hallway, with my room on the immediate right, and a bathroom, my brother's, and my parents' room down the hall. And left, you'd be in the kitchen, which led to what my dad had dubbed the music room, since we kept all of our instruments and sound equipment in there. It also functioned as a second living room. It too contained a couch and TV, separating this room from the kitchen with a glass door. April and I were sitting at the kitchen table, chatting. She was sitting on one side, her back facing the music room, and I sat on the other, facing her. As she was speaking, I noticed movement behind her. I looked, and I watched in shock as the glass door, which had been slightly ajar, was slowly opening. I should mention that there were no windows open in the house, no draft. The air conditioning was not running at the time, and my parents and brother were fast asleep. "April," I said in a hushed but panicked tone as I pointed to the door. She turned and saw it too, looking back at me for a split second in horror. When the door had completely opened, everything was still and silent for about 3 seconds. Then, the door suddenly and forcefully slammed shut. Needless to say, we were freaked the hell out and retreated to my room. After we'd calmed ourselves down, we tried in vain to sleep, as throughout the night, we could hear what sounded like scratching coming from inside my closet. I've always dealt with insomnia, and I'd often have to sleep in the family room, as the TV was the only thing that could make me drowsy. I'd always put on a sleep timer, so the TV wouldn't be on all night after I fell asleep. April had gone home at this point, and I was in a deep sleep on the couch when I abruptly awoke in a cold sweat. The TV was off, so I could see the window behind me in the screen's reflection. There was some light seeping through the curtains from the back street light outside, and I could clearly see standing behind me a large black figure whose shoulders touched the ceiling and its head bent down slightly, staring at me. I quickly covered my face with the blanket, seriously hoping this thing didn't know I was awake or aware of its presence. I stayed completely still for what seemed like ages, and I somehow eventually fell back asleep. The following day, I made a call to have the house blessed. Thank God it worked, and nothing ever happened again. My brother confided in me years later that he used to hear someone calling his name in that house. But whenever he'd ask our parents if they'd called him, they'd tell him that they hadn't. Apologies if this story feels scattered. Something new just happened, so I'm trying to get it all down before it leaves my brain, though I'm not sure that's ever going to happen. I guess I'm looking for advice. So first off, before tonight, 3 weeks ago exactly, my girlfriend Kayla and I experienced something strange while walking from my car to my house. Just as we approached the doorway, we both heard what sounded like laughter. We stood there silently for a moment, listening carefully. I think we both felt that the laugh wasn't one that we recognized. Even more so, it felt manufactured. A combination of a high-pitched voice and an unnaturally low voice in unison. We didn't hear it again after standing there, so we thought nothing of it, decided to go inside. When we walked into the living room, I was expecting to see a movie being played on the TV, but instead, the TV was off and I see my best friend, his girlfriend, and one of her friends are all sitting around the coffee table in front of the couches, probably playing Monopoly again, These two loved games, so I felt it was a safe assumption. When we walked in, the three of them practically jumped from sitting to a standing position, followed by exhales of relief when they set eyes upon the two of us. Who else did they think was going to be coming in anyway? I shrugged it off and we walked over to see what they were really up to. They'd reclaimed their seated positions, and as I got closer, I realized they were using a Ouija board. "What the hell?" I asked, almost laughing. My best friend responds while rolling his eyes. "Julia's idea. His girlfriend's friend." I sort of laugh and tell him to have fun, and I start to walk to my room. But instead of following me, Kayla says that she wants to do it too. "Do what?" I asked. "The board." Before I could say anything, Julia pipes up. "Sorry, but we already started the session. It's bad luck to bring in newcomers mid-session." I laughed. I was sorry, but I couldn't help it. Was she serious? How could anything possibly be bad luck when it came to a board game? "Laugh all you want, but we can't just introduce someone new. Sorry." I guess part of me felt like they were making Kayla feel bad. I didn't know why, but it just seemed silly to me. But then Kayla said something that surprised me. "Oh no, I totally understand. I don't want to mess with something you guys already have going on. Next time, though." Everyone agreed, and then I was following Kayla to my room. We messed around, played video games for hours before finally deciding to go to sleep. Kayla fell asleep instantly. I, on the other hand, I couldn't shake this very uncomfortable feeling I had. Laying there, I tried to figure out why I was feeling this way. Without even really thinking, I was just looking around my room. The feeling, it was as if someone were watching me use the bathroom or something really personal. I was laying in bed and not half as vulnerable, but that's just how it felt. I felt like I was tossing and turning all night. In the morning, Kayla said that she woke up a few times. Each time, I was asleep. She sounded concerned, though, not just making an observation. So I asked her, "Did something happen?" Hesitantly, she tells me that, yeah, one of those times something did happen. There's a street light close to my house, specifically on my side of the house, and you can often get a glow of light in the room from it. The window itself appears lit up because of this. She was unable to fall back asleep and considered using the bathroom. Before getting out of bed, she had an intense feeling that she should look at the window. When she did, she saw a handprint form on the glass. Kayla told me it was as though someone had made condensation and then placed their hand there. She was only able to look at it for a couple of moments before it disappeared, just as a real handprint might do, under the same conditions. I was disturbed, honestly. My first thought wasn't even about the board, because, for the record, I'd never even bothered to consider what a Ouija board was, besides the basis of some scary movies. I thought someone was outside my window. I didn't want Kayla to think I didn't believe her, but I had to know, so I asked some clarifying questions. "You saw a hand form, but no hand? Like, was there a person standing out there, or?" She said that there was nobody there. The handprint appeared on its own accord, not attached to an entity or a person. I know Kayla well enough to know there's no reason for her to make this up. She didn't seem to be having fun anyways. She was actually expecting me to explain it to her. But how could I? I told her that I had no idea what the hell it could have been. Any chance it was a dream? Yeah, that question didn't go over well. I believed her, though. She described feeling like she was being watched after that. She said she almost woke me up. So what was it? A real person, a ghost, a demon, a dream? Honestly, it didn't matter at this point. Something did feel seriously wrong about the whole experience. I took her home later that morning, and on the way out, we see that the group had passed out in the living room, with the TV on and the board still open on the table. "Huh, wow," Kayla said in almost disbelief at the sight. "They didn't even put the board away? I sure as hell hope they said goodbye." On the ride to Kayla's house, she explained to me everything that she knew about Ouija boards. She said she trusted the group because they had started quoting rules when she asked to join. She assumed they knew what they were doing, but now she wasn't so sure. According to Kayla, Spirit boards, as she calls them, are tricky. They have rules and they come with risks. She told me that she actually used one twice before, never had a negative experience. She'd followed the rules. I dropped Kayla off and she told me I needed to ask my roommates if they said goodbye, and to also ask if they had any weird experiences since using the board. I was still sitting between skeptic and believer in this situation. I believed Kayla, but I'm just skeptical in general. I decided to look everything up that she told me, and I found it online. There's so much more information out there than I could have even imagined, like real stories of people using these boards and having seriously shitty luck, or genuinely terrifying experiences. One woman recounted that she'd been physically removed from her bed in the middle of the night after using one, and she had scratches on her leg and claimed that a demon had given them to her while yanking her out of bed. Sure, these could be fabrications, but the amount of information gave me major pause. Basically, I found several different sources that echoed what Kayla had said to me about the necessity of saying goodbye. What I didn't find were a ton of positive experiences. Even the ones that started that way seemed to end in horror. People believing they were talking to loved ones, only to realize that it was something else. So I asked my roommates, "Did you all say goodbye?" They all agreed that they had said goodbye, and that they hadn't had any strange experiences. I honestly don't know if I believe them. The following weeks were pretty uneventful, so much so that I started to feel like a nut for going down that rabbit hole. The only thing that hasn't gone back to normal was Kayla. She was no longer wanting to stay the night at my house, so we got into a routine of driving her home late at night, picking her up in the morning. Kayla lives with her parents about 2 miles away from my place. We both live in residential areas that are not heavily occupied. Our neighbors aren't stacked on top of each other. We've got space in between. But Kayla has a lot more space in between. And unlike my street, hers is a long stretch that eventually turns to gravel and has limited streetlights. Our routine is for me to park before the driveway and then walk her to the door. The reason for this is because her parents' bedroom is positioned in a way that any headlights in the driveway would shine directly into their room. So, cut to tonight. I parked my car under one of the few streetlights, and we got out to walk towards her house. A few steps away from the car, we're basically walking in darkness. This part hasn't ever scared us before, but tonight, we seem to walk closer to one another, and we both seem to pick up the pace at the same time. Walking through the darkness, maybe 30 feet from her driveway, we freeze. We'd heard that same manufactured laugh that we'd heard outside my house 3 weeks ago. The high-pitched voice seemed to scream over the lower, unnatural voice. But like the first time, in unison. I felt both of our bodies tense. The grip on each other's hands intensified. Without words, we both just booked it back to my car. I practically threw Kayla in the car and scrambled to the driver's side. After sitting in the car for what I consider to be too long, Kayla says that she thinks she wants me to drop her off in the driveway, explaining she doesn't mind if her parents wake up tonight. Once in the driveway, neither of us wants to budge, so I bite the bullet and I get out of the car. I get her out of the car and we practically run to her front door. I didn't want to admit it and still don't, but I was fucking scared. I told her that I would be fine though, and I would call her in the morning. I'm not even home yet, just sitting in my car at a brightly lit Shell station. No idea what I'm waiting for, and I know I'm not going to get any responses before I inevitably have to go home, but it sure would be nice to wake up to some answers. Is there any possible way that we're actually dealing with a demon? If that's even possible, what the hell do we do? There's a chance nothing else happens, but am I kind of screwed, seeing as this took place in my house? Like, is it possible for something to attach itself to either one of us, even though we didn't touch the board? I guess the big question is, do I need to move? Not trying to date myself with this story, but I once met an edgy goth girl on MySpace, and we used to talk every night on AOL Messenger. This isn't a catfishing story. She was real. Her name was Desi Lamont. She went to a high school in Middlefield. Our schools played each other in sports, and we met after one of our basketball games played there. After meeting in person and verifying we weren't in fact getting catfished, our relationship got way deeper. Real philosophical shit. I confided in her just as much as she did me. Both of our homes were far from cookie cutter. Both sets of parents shared the same substance abuse issues, stemming our own subjective traumas from our own subjective stories that we would trade. Months into this relationship, it's 2 or 3 in the morning on a school night. Desi and I signed off hours ago, but I'm woken up by the AOL chat bing, letting me know that someone sent me a chat. The second bing gets me up and out of bed. I groggily go to my computer and swivel the mouse a little to turn on the monitor. When the screen gets bright, I'm blinded by its light, but when my eyes adjust, I see the notifications were from Desi. The first one said, "You dead," with a capital U instead of spelling the whole word. Then the second one below it said, "I dead." Desi's sense of humor was of the morbid variety, but this didn't have any context. I sent a message saying, "Are you okay?" Right after pressing send, I received a reply saying some really vicious things. She weaponized the secrets I'd told her and hurt me to the core with what she was saying. I was so confused and sad. I disconnected the internet and plugged in the phone so I could try calling her, but she didn't answer. At that moment, I was reduced to a puddle on the floor and stayed up the last couple of hours until I needed to start getting ready for school. That day, I faked an illness. I'm sure crying all night helped me look as horrible as I felt, because my mom didn't oppose my plight. Later that morning, I got a call from Desi. She was in second period using the phone. She said that she was going to leave a message, and I exploded on her. I made her cry on the phone. We were both crying and screaming at our phone receivers. Desi's telling me that I'm crazy, and she had no clue what I was talking about. I saved the chat conversation, and I told her that when I got off the phone, I'm going to email her the previous night's message chain, and that she can have fun denying it then. She says that she'll check her email in the computer lab at lunch and call me after. I remember I paced circles in my room. I did feel sick. I was heart-stricken, and my soul ached. When she called me, she again was crying, but this time the defensive tone that she had was gone. She begs me to believe her. She tells me that she never wrote these messages. Still angry, I ask if her dad had snuck into her room to message me on her computer. Desi says no. And then she says, "Do you remember when I told you Megan and I were going to use a Ouija board in her attic last weekend? I think something might have followed me home." So she tells me the rest. When Desi and Megan were both touching the planchette, they were already under the belief that Megan's house was haunted, with most of the activity going on in the attic. They asked questions and instantly began to feel it move under their fingertips. They talked to a lonely, sad spirit, one who called themselves Mala. Mala had not died in Megan's house. Rather, she was a wandering spirit. I heard the bell ring in the background of our phone call, and I knew that I was going to have to wait until she got out of school to hear the rest. Young love. I hung up equally confused, but feeling less hurt. Desi's crazy story was just what I needed to have faith that she wouldn't hurt me like that. Next phone call, Desi's back home and has time to explain fully what had been going on in her house the past week. The weird mishaps her and her parents had experienced, all within this 7-day period, was jaw-dropping. From random pipes bursting, her dad breaking his leg, falling down the stairs. He claimed he was pushed, but nobody was behind him. Then all of their clocks stopped working, both analog and digital, just quit one day. She tells me everything all the way up to these messages that were sent from her account. Desi says that earlier in the week she was doing an assignment using Microsoft Word. While she was typing, the keyboard started typing different words and sentences. Desi would keep quickly deleting them, wondering what function she had pressed on the keyboard to make it happen. We both wonder if she'd been deleting messages from someone attempting to reach her. At the end of the conversation, Desi said that she's going to keep her computer off for a couple of days, try to get this energy out of her house. We would still be in contact every day, only now it was by the old-fashioned way of phone calls after school. And during that time, Desi had been researching, like really getting into trying to find stuff online or at the library. Soon after she'd let me in on what was going on, she was saging the house and putting crystals throughout her home, like windowsills and furniture, under the couch cushions, stuff like that. I asked her at what point one should get a priest or something involved. Apparently, her parents wouldn't let her bring anyone into the house. They weren't interested, so she'd have to do it on her own. I felt bad for her, but by the end of the week, she said that she thought her blessings had worked. She said that the house was already starting to feel lighter again. Desi and I dated for a little over a year, long enough for me to get my license and start seeing her more often. How did it end? Well, we've come this far, so I might as well tell you how the relationship ended. After I got my license, I also got to see Megan a little bit more. Yeah, real scumbag high school boy thing to do. And honestly, 20 plus years later, I still feel bad about that one. So, hey, Desi, my bad. I'm sorry. Girls out there take it from someone who used to be a high school boy. They're all nasty, dumb, sneaky, hormone-fueled monsters. Some of us just are better at hiding it. Dudes are gross, but especially at that age. Megan did second Desi's story, though, about the Ouija board, so I guess don't mess with those boards either. I've always enjoyed the paranormal. I've never believed in it, but sometimes it's fun to pretend. Life is boring and depression is tricky. I wanted to shake things up, so when I saw a Ouija board at the Goodwill, it seemed like a perfect fit. Technically speaking, I suppose I was right. It's true what they say. You really should be careful what you wish for. Anyway, I played alone, partly because I don't know anyone else willing to touch this kind of stuff, and partly because I didn't want to wonder who was moving the planchette. Fun fact, planchette is French for little plank. I live on a small country road with nothing but a patch of woods separating me from an abandoned church and its small cemetery. This sounded like the perfect place to give the game a whirl. I drank a few glasses of wine, lit some candles, and set up the board in the middle of the floor next to the altar. With 2 fingers on the planchette, I started the session by asking if any spirits were present. Nothing happened. I asked a few more random questions with the same result, and reality began to sink in. I had broken into this old church, walked through giant cobwebs, sat on the dirty floor of splinters, just so that I could play pretend for 5 minutes. It was both annoying and a little embarrassing, but hey, in for a penny, in for a pound. If there's one thing that all the ghost hunter shows agree on, it's that the dead do not appreciate being taunted. So that's exactly what I did. I ranted that spirits don't exist and it wouldn't matter if they did, because they would still be too weak to communicate. It was during this time that I noticed a sudden chill in the air, but I'm always cold. I assumed I was just psyching myself out and continued on my tirade. Afterwards, I decided to try one more question before calling it a night. Only this time, I got an answer. When I asked if anyone else was there with me, the planchette began moving beneath my fingers. It took every ounce of self-control to not rip my hands away as it glided to yes. At first, I was frozen in a state of shock, but that trance was broken moments later when a set of footsteps penetrated the heavy silence of the dimly lit room. They were clearly walking up the church's small porch steps, like someone was going to walk inside any second. All thoughts of the paranormal vanished in an instant as I realized how stupid I'd been to trap myself inside a tiny abandoned building with only one exit. I felt safe there because it was so close to my house, but anyone could have been using that place for any number of reasons. I didn't even check it over first. I just walked in and began lighting candles. When the footsteps finally reached the door, they stopped. It was only open to a small crack, and I couldn't see a thing through it from this angle. I held my breath, waiting for whoever it was to enter, but there was only silence. I wanted to call 911, but my phone was stuck on no service. It always works fine in my house, but now I couldn't get a single bar. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I called out asking who was there, but no one answered. I became terrified that someone would grab me if I tried to leave, but before I could think of what to do next, I heard the light scratching of the planchette moving across the wooden board at my feet. I looked down to see it spell the word, here. At the same time, the small wooden chair toppled over in the corner, and the creaking door was slowly pushed open, as if someone were trying to draw out the noise as long as possible. It didn't stop until it hit the wall, and there was just enough light to see that no one was in the entrance. It would have happened much faster and been far less dramatic if the wind had simply blown it open, but this felt incredibly deliberate. There was a small window on each of the 4 walls. I began to wonder if I could fit through one. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was waiting just outside that door, but the windows were no safer. As I approached the one facing my house, I saw the shape of someone's head and shoulders pass right by. It was too dark to see any of their features. It just looked like a shadow person, and I didn't know what to believe anymore. I still don't. Backing away from the window, I tripped over the Ouija board, fell flat on my back, but the planchette never left the board, even though it had been flipped over in the process. When I picked it up, they were stuck together like it was magnetized, but it's not. I double and triple checked before disposing of them. While my attention was still focused on the board, the window behind me suddenly shattered, and I screamed. What little remained of my composure instantly washed away, and I ran straight through the open door. Part of me still expected to be grabbed, but by that point I just wanted to get it over with. I couldn't be in that church for another second. The moment I crossed the threshold, the door violently slammed behind me with a loud bang, and I fell down the porch steps. I'm sure it was due to sheer panic, but it almost felt like something tripped me. Either way, I didn't see anything else. I got up, ran all the way home, and burned that Ouija board first thing the following morning. I can safely say I'll never be touching one of those things again. So, I love paranormal stuff, but I'm a huge skeptic. I think it's fun to pretend ghosts and demons exist, but no random story on the internet was ever going to convince me that they were real. I may have to see it kind of guy, and now I've seen it, so I'm contributing my own unbelievable experience to the internet's collection. Most of my friends have always been superstitious, so I decided to go all out for my birthday party. Every year they come over for a night of drinking and general shenanigans, and they thought that this one would be the same, yet what they actually got was a full-blown seance. I got a Ouija board, a crystal ball, tarot cards, crystals, candles, the works. But I was especially proud of myself for the rigged noises. I connected 2 old phones to a couple of small, well-hidden speakers in the living room, and I downloaded an app for special alarms. Then all I had to do was put the phones in a junk drawer and wait. At 4 specific times, various sound effects would play, like knocking or footsteps. It could have all easily failed, but I honestly thought I had a decent chance at pulling it off. Plus, the price for getting caught was only enduring a bit of ridicule. Not to brag, but I'm a pretty good sport when it comes to that kind of thing. In the end, 4 of my 7 guests decided to play. Honestly, better than I expected. I didn't want to make anything too obvious, so we messed around with the tarot cards before bringing out the Ouija board. The girls almost left, but I convinced them to stay. After all, It was in a children's game box. They also checked the table for any tricks, but my devices were well out of their search radius. Again, I started off slow to see if we were going to have any other pranksters in the mix. And sure enough, we did. I thought one or possibly all of them would be giving me a little birthday scare. So I didn't flinch when they adamantly denied being the pushers and accused me instead. I also kept a tight poker face when the spirit claimed to be my grandpa. Everyone there knew his name and how close we were. Then, it all suddenly made sense. They knew I was planning something, so they were setting the scene before I could. Well, game on as far as I was concerned. The time had finally come. The knocking alarm was set to sound in 1 minute. "Grandpa, are you alone?" I asked, sliding the planchette to no, then back to the center. "Are any other spirits here as well?" Again, I slid the planchette to no, and then back to the center. A noticeable unease spread through the table, and it was hard not to smile. With a low, solemn tone, I continued, "Is there a demon here? With you? With us?" No one breathed as we sat staring at the planchette. Then came the sound of frantic knocking on the closet door. One of the girls actually started crying. I now had roughly 2 minutes to set up an opening for the footsteps that would sound next to the hallway. "Was that you, Grandpa?" I asked innocently, and slid the planchette to no yet again. "Then who was it?" I felt a surge of annoyance as someone else began moving the planchette before I could. It spelled Ned, Ned, and my stomach dropped to my knees. Ned was the awful man from the nightmares I had when, and only when, I was living at Grandpa's old house. I've never told a soul about him until now. In my dreams, I would have a bird's eye view of myself asleep in bed, only I wasn't alone. There was always a sickly, thin, elderly man lying next to me, just staring at my motionless form. If I tried to call out a warning, the old man would turn to glare at me with the most hateful scowl. Sometimes he would attack me if I persisted in trying to wake myself up. Eventually, Grandpa got a new house that didn't give me nightmares, and I forgot that Ned existed until his name appeared on that Ouija board. I'm positive there's no way my friends could have known about him. I was instantly ready to stop, but I didn't want the others to know how frightened I really was. I asked a few simple questions that didn't receive answers, hoping someone else would be the one to suggest quitting, but no such luck. I was the birthday boy, after all. But then Wes blurted out, "Can we see you?" And the planchette spelled DREAM. Dream. That was officially all I could handle. I rose from the chair, and at the same moment, the chair at the opposite end of the table fell backwards with a loud crash. No one was sitting close enough to have touched it. Thankfully, everyone left soon after that, and we didn't talk about any of it. I doubt we ever will. I didn't even notice the footsteps and other alarms failed to sound until much later, after everyone had gone home. When I checked the devices, they were both shut off, even though the batteries were fully charged. If this wasn't bad enough, I've now dreamed of Ned twice since, and the first time happened that same night. The nightmares are identical to the ones I had as a kid, only now I'm looking down at my adult body. I think I really screwed up this time. Is anyone able to tell me what I should do? When I was a teenager, I got into using a Ouija board. At first, I did it with my friends. We thought it was fun. But eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I started using it alone, in my already paranormally active 115-year-old house. First things first, I do not advise using Ouija boards, ever. I regret my choices as they were dangerous, filled my already creepy house with more bad energy. At best, they're either powerless and or have a good sense of humor. I won't be mentioning any of them by name, except Dave, who was harmless, as I don't want to invite that energy back into my life. If you decide to do it against all warnings, do it away from where you live. I became particularly close with a little boy who had drowned, along with his sister in some Eastern European country. His sister taunted and made him feel lonely and angry in the afterlife, a very dangerous thing for a spirit, as this can turn them into very dark souls. They feed on your energy in order to communicate through the board, so it's best not to contact darker entities who will affect your energy with theirs. This is why I tried to be there for him. I was kind to him, and he changed, promising to keep me company, as I had done for him. I allowed him to connect to me, though I still don't really understand the full extent of what that means. To this day, I hope he's okay. However, this story is about an entity that first called himself Secret. I won't repeat his real name. He was incredibly dark. As time went by, I found out that he was a Nazi, involved in and proud of many deaths in France. Despite me losing family in World War II, I had to keep sweet with him. It's helpful to joke around, as they're less likely to act on any vitriol. I didn't want to. He was creepy, and yes, a fucking Nazi. Not my kind of guy. One day, my stepdad tried to turn the bathroom light on. It wouldn't work, so he called my mom over. As soon as she touched it, the light switched on. They went back and forth testing this, making sure it wasn't just a coincidence. Many strange things happened in that house that defy logic, so even though it was creepy, they moved on and added it to the pile of weird stories. As I write this out and connect the dots, I realize that the reason might be because my stepdad is Jewish. Horrible. I was suspicious, but again, it wasn't completely out of the ordinary for the house. Then the light started flickering. It was an old house, so it was just bothersome at first. I don't know who spoke to it, but quickly we realized it was responding to us. We tested by asking simple math questions, 1 + 3, stuff like that, and it would never flicker outside of an answer. 1 flicker for no, 2 for yes. My mom and sister came to the conclusion that it was our late Nana, as the light said it was. I didn't believe it for a second. I knew I'd brought something more powerful than the other whatevers were in the house before I started using the Ouija board. I maintained a level of skepticism despite the conversations my family would have with the light. It was when I asked it to sing with me that I had no doubt that it was not a series of weird coincidences. I picked London Bridge as it's pretty old and famous. It flickered on every syllable, in time with my singing, and stopped as soon as I did. That was really creepy. I threw a few names around, first asking if it was the boy. The answer was no. It was no to every name until I got to the Nazi. I was showering and I felt pretty vulnerable, but continued joking as I did when using the board. After that, I didn't speak to the light. Tried to tell my sister and mom to stop when we were out of the house. I never told them why, other than I thought it was not a friendly thing. Thankfully, my mom is pretty superstitious, and my sister is easily wound up, so they stopped feeding him attention. This didn't ward me off talking to my little boy spirit, though. It was habit at this point in my life to check on him. He said something about my soul becoming dark. However, I didn't think too much of it, as he would say all sorts of stuff a lot before I befriended him, as did most of the spirits. A little while after this, my friends and I decided to do a session outside of a derelict pub by the beach to see if we could get anything about the building's past. There was no way we would go inside. It was dangerous, probably full of homeless people that were squatting, pitch black inside. Instead, we sat out front, not far from a road where passerbys could see us, but we picked a day with bad weather to limit attention. We contacted a spirit called Dave. He was pretty friendly and funny. Apparently, he died from falling in a balcony in a drunken stupor, but wasn't bitter about it. We were all laughing as two ladies walked by. They asked what we were doing, but I'm pretty sure they already knew. We explained, and one of them warned us that it may seem fun, but it's the devil, which, admittedly, we did know. The other lady, however, revealed that she was a witch. At first, she told us stories about her and her witch friends, but then gave us a piece of advice. Your energy is sacred. These activities corrupt you, lead you to dark thoughts and traumatic events. Sadly, I think my friend may have been a victim of this, as shortly after, she entered a depression and we don't talk anymore. There were many factors to this, and I don't want to blame it entirely on the Ouija board, but it's a possibility, I guess. The lady told us of her white witch friend, one who practices light magic. She would ask to send us peace and protection, and asked us to look out for white feathers over the next few days. Me and my other friend saw white feathers. Mine was stuck to the front door of my house the next day. I don't know if I do believe in all of that, but the friend who didn't see one is the girl who entered a depression. If it's true, I certainly do feel guilty, as I was the one doing it so much. It's a source of great shame for me. We didn't have any Ouija sessions from that point on. It's wise to listen to a witch. The light stopped flickering, whether it's because we stopped entertaining him, or the white witch did send us protection. I don't know. It's most likely the former, as they feed off of energy. I stopped talking to my little boy, though I did call out for him, wish him well in the house from time to time, just in case he was listening. I've never really felt any bad energy around me since. I try to be a positive influence on the people around me. I try to be forgiving and kind. I'm grateful for what I have, and I do my best not to ruin good things. And I notice white feathers a lot more now. Again, please don't do Ouija boards. They're so bad for you. And I'm lucky that I dealt with it well and moved out of that creepy old house into a new building with no history. They may seem cool and entertaining. You may even want to make a joke out of it if you don't believe it's real. But they are vessels for evil. I don't know if my soul is still all mine, if what the spirits said or threatened is true. Just don't do it. The first classroom I taught in was haunted, or whatever you'd call it, by something more than just a ghost. It was evil, and it only went after the children. I used to teach preschool, and had been in the Reading School District since 2001. I left this preschool job shortly after all of this started happening. I'd been at the school for almost 2 years up to this point. 2 years of no events, and then suddenly, all hell seemed to break loose. I'd just moved into my new classroom, one that was tucked away on the east side of the building. It was smaller than most, but in fairness, my class was also the smallest, and I was technically the newest teacher on staff still. The room, it smelled a bit like mildew, as it had been previously used as storage. I did everything I could to make that room feel warm, but sadly it never did. Within the first weeks of kids being back in class, I was just getting to know my new kids, and so naturally this period of time just comes with a lot of learning about each kid, what makes them tick, their learning styles, where each kid is at with speech, etc. All of my kids were incredibly hesitant to use the sink inside the classroom. I assumed that they were adverse to washing their hands or water, so I taught them all the importance of hand washing in the big bathroom. And oddly enough, none of them seemed to have that same problem. Only they did again once we were back inside the classroom. 2 kids ended up with injuries before we'd made it through the first month, but it's the way the injuries occurred that caused me pause. The first child, it happened quite literally in front of me, but there was nothing to explain how it happened. The child was standing in front of myself and a group of kids. They were showing everyone how to do the itsy bitsy spider hand motions for the song. They weren't nailing it, of course, but it was cute and fun that a student had something they could share with everyone. As they're standing practically perfectly still, aside from their hands, I watch as this kid's shirt collar is pulled away from his neck by some sort of invisible force, only to then proceed to yank the child backwards, pulling them down to the ground. Everyone sort of jumps back, inching closer to where I'm sitting. I plunged forward to grab the child, who's understandably upset. As I'm consoling one child, the others gather even closer than before, and one of my kids, the strongest talker of the group, says, "Why did she hurt William, Miss Reese?" I didn't know how to answer the children, but I understand there's a time to lie and a time to tell the truth. So I said sometimes when the floor is wet, we can slip if we're not careful. All of the kids looked at me with a disappointing or disapproving look on their face, but I stood my ground and switched the subject to snack time. The second injury was just a couple of days after the first, but this one I didn't actually see, not fully. In our class, we have these cubbies that line the south wall of the classroom. They aren't very tall. I can reach on top of them very easily, but for preschoolers, they might as well be on top of the fridge. They aren't getting up there. As I'm helping one child with their coat, a little girl near the cubbies can suddenly be heard crying. I swiveled around, and there was blood streaming down her face. And it wasn't just her crying. There were several kids near her as well. There were a few other kids following me to the scene, and they were saying things like, "It flew," or "Why did she do that to her?" etc. Questions and comments that I didn't really understand, but I did search around for what could have hit the girl in the mouth. It was a wooden block. They're relatively heavy, definitely not meant to be thrown, but they were also clear on the other side of the room. The good talker of the class asks me something that at first meant nothing, but soon it changed everything. "Maybe we play with the board, Miss Reese. Maybe if we play, she'll leave us alone, Miss Reese." I didn't clarify. I just said something like, "We can't play a game right now, buddy. Maybe tomorrow?" But when I turned to face the kid, he's pointing at the ceiling above the sink. Still, I didn't react because I still didn't really understand what games would be up in the ceiling. I said as much, got the kids to their parents, and then I went back to my classroom to close up. Standing in my classroom that time, I couldn't take my eyes off the area near the sink, specifically the ceiling. It had bothered kids or grabbed their attention one way or another since class had started. I don't know about your classrooms, but mine consists of ceiling tiles that are easily removable and lightweight. Just push and they pop up. I knew I couldn't leave that classroom until I checked above the sink, so I found a small ladder and opened up one of the ceiling tiles. I didn't see anything, felt around a bit, just dusty. So I lifted another, and this time I did find something. A Ouija board. By the looks of it, an old one. I put it down almost as quickly as I picked it up. I didn't know much about this stuff to understand how dangerous it was, but I'd never heard anything great about them. I almost left it there. But this thing, whatever it was attacking kids. I couldn't let that continue. At the very least, I couldn't let the board stay. So I threw it away in the school's large dumpster. Several months would go by. No more strange events or injuries. Instead, I found the board again, tucked in the ceiling near the sink. I wouldn't have even thought to look again until my talker told me the board was back. I laughed, didn't even acknowledge it. Instead, I acted normal for the remainder of the day, and then immediately looked again once the kids were gone. I once again took the board to the dumpsters, only this time I decided to cut it up. The thing was practically falling apart on its own, so a couple tears and it was dust. I told my janitor what I'd done, asked that he keep an eye on the classroom for strange activity. He shrugged and went on his way, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to go back to that classroom. I called the next morning to inform my boss that I was going to have to visit family in Utah, for a family emergency. A few days after that, I put in my 2 weeks' notice. Since I wasn't ever going back, I figured I'd be honest with her. Naturally, she didn't believe me, and instead probably thought that she'd gotten lucky, someone like me leaving on my own accord. But God, I'm so curious if she ever looked in the ceiling, and even more curious if it was still there. I mean, I'll never know because, well, I'm never going back. For as long as I can remember, I've had an interest in the spiritual world and thought it would be cool to communicate with the dead. Back in 2014, my mom was browsing the local Facebook buying and selling group. She came across someone selling a used Ouija board. It caught her attention because it was glow-in-the-dark, limited edition, so she bought it for me. She played with one as a child and thought that I would enjoy it too. It was a stormy, gloomy, almost spooky day when the seller brought us the board. As soon as I saw it, I got a bad vibe. Once the guy left, I told my mom I didn't feel safe using it. I wanted to do some research first. She was surprised at my reaction, considering how interested I'd been in playing with it. But I ended up watching YouTube videos and hearing some pretty bad stories. They made me feel even more uncomfortable about trying it. Ultimately, Mom boxed it up and left it on our porch. It stayed there for many years. This brings us to spring of 2022. By now, I'd gotten really interested in the paranormal. I knew a lot more about Ouija boards, especially how dangerous they could be. I reached out to my mom and asked if she remembered the board from years ago. I advised her to get rid of it, saying that it could bring bad luck and negative energy. It's weird, because since moving to this house in 2014, we hadn't had a lot of good experiences. But apparently, she'd gotten rid of it the last time she reorganized the porch. Now, let's fast forward a little more. I go to school in a different part of the country, but return to my mom's house each summer. Once home, I started hearing strange stuff in my bedroom, like whispering. I thought it was just the air conditioner, but it honestly sounded like voices, and I'd never heard anything similar until that summer. I also sensed the Ouija board was still in the house. I went looking for it, and I eventually found the Ouija box, tucked away in a clear storage bin, so I grabbed it and took it to my mom. As we looked in the box, we noticed it was different. The board in the box looked like new. When we opened it, the planchette was still in its own separate wrap. This was not how we remembered the board. When Mom got it from the guy, it had been used. The box had some wear and tear, and the planchette wasn't wrapped in anything. At this point, we're both weirded out and just wanted it out of the house. I'd heard that Ouija boards could come back and change if not disposed of properly. For the time being, we put it in the backyard until we could figure out how to get rid of it. It was finally out of the house, but leaving it on our property wasn't a smart move. Bad things started happening. My father got into a minor car accident, the first one of his entire life. Our basement flooded with town sewage. Nasty, I know. Before this, our basement had only gotten wet once, when someone left the window open during a storm. When a handyman came over, the guy almost fell through our basement stairs. He wasn't hurt, but it really scared Mom. She ended up getting the stairs replaced, even though it was very expensive. Then the scariest thing of all happened to Dad. There was a big fire in his apartment building. Multiple units were destroyed, including one right above him. Thankfully, no one was injured, but his unit did suffer some water damage, so he was forced to move out. It would take at least 6 months for renovations. The final incident happened while the Ouija board was still in the backyard. Mom and I noticed that we didn't have any hot water, so we went to the basement. We discovered the water heater wasn't working. We tried to reset it, but we couldn't get it back on. A repairman came to check it out, and he said that the unit had overheated. Fortunately, there was a safety setting that had shut it off before getting dangerously hot. He then explained that the water heater's thermostat was faulty. Otherwise, it would have never gotten that hot. If the safety switch hadn't shut it off, it could have blown up. We were lucky. One thing I noticed is that even with all of these close calls, no one was harmed. It was almost as if someone or something was watching out for us. After the last thing happened with the hot water heater, Mom and I agreed that the Ouija board had to go. It was bringing us bad luck, and we worried that things could only get worse. Even my dad was having bad luck, but my parents were divorced, and he'd never lived in that house. Mom decided to take it to the town dump. She separated the board and the planchette so she could toss them in 2 separate garbage bins. As she was driving to the dump, she noticed something odd at the neighbor's house. There was a vintage hearse from the 70s, parked in the driveway. She texted me about it. I agreed it was weird, but people do buy old hearse sometimes. Mom then disposed of the Ouija board and returned home. On her way back, she drove past the neighbor's house and noticed the hearse was gone. There was only a dumpster that had been sitting in the driveway. Mom had never seen a hearse in the neighbor's driveway before that day. She hasn't seen one since. It's also worth noting that the driveway was too short for both a hearse and a dumpster to be parked there at the same time. Later that week, Mom and I were at Barnes & Noble, decided to have a coffee at their Starbucks. Guess what we saw when we dropped off our serving tray? Tucked away near the milk and sugar was a Ouija board. I know they sell them at Barnes & Noble, and I guess someone could have just left it there, but it still freaked us out. This is going to be a long read, so please bear with me. All of this took place from around 2017 and 2018. There are 4 main people. Myself, my name's Sarah, Olivia, Megan, and Elizabeth. Elizabeth didn't get involved until later in the story. We'll call the 2 spirits Blue and Red for reasons that I feel fit them well. And we always knew that it was the same 2 entities through consistencies with mannerisms and knowledge from previous sessions. A quick bit of information on Blue and Red. These are paired spirits. I know that they died together. However, I've been asked not to share much more than that. There was a time once when I did. I ended up facing a bunch of bad luck. Just know that these are paired spirits. You barely ever get one without the other being there too. Red was a very strong entity, and you could always tell because whenever they were around, their energy was so strong that you could feel a lot of pressure on your chest and shoulders. I even remember my ears ringing at some point. Blue was a weaker entity because there was a noticeable difference in the amount of pressure in your chest and shoulders. Both of them together could be suffocating. Anyways, it was around 11 p.m. or so on one evening. If I remember correctly, I was on a Skype call with Megan and Olivia, 2 of my closest internet friends at the time. We were just chatting about random things until one of us, I believe it might have been Megan, decided that we should try a Ouija board. I was skeptical at first because I hadn't heard about anything good happening from using one of those. To be completely honest, I was a bit of a scaredy cat, and I opted out of being part of the first session. Olivia and Megan did it without me. And later, they went on and on about how they couldn't believe it actually worked. I became a lot more intrigued, so I decided that I would join them for the next session. The next session occurred the next day, and I was giddy with excitement and anxiety. Olivia pulls out the board over our Skype call, and we begin. Of course, I wanted to ask all the obvious questions like how they died or what their life was like. These entities, especially Red, were very talkative. Red would be the spokesperson, if you will, if both entities were present, and the planchette would always move considerably fast. However, if we asked any questions about their lives or death, the planchette would either move incredibly slow or not at all. They were super willing to discuss anything else, though, such as music. It almost felt as if we, a couple of teenagers at the time, were talking to two other teenagers. The paranormal experiences we had were the stereotypical ones that most people might have with a Ouija board. However, these experiences would occur even when we weren't having a session. It would include objects falling off the shelves, items disappearing and reappearing somewhere else, footsteps, tapping, knocking, door handles jiggling, electronics turning off randomly, etc. I'd also had other experiences in the beginning, too, that almost felt like these entities were pulling pranks on me. There was one time I needed to straighten my hair, so I turned my straightener on. I walked away for about a minute, came back, and it was off. I turned it back on again, went to use the restroom, and it was off again when I came back. I've also had this experience when a brand new charger of mine disappeared from its spot for a few days. I tore the house apart looking for it. Well, a few days later, I found the charger in a different spot than where I know I'd left it. Except when I found it, the wires were exposed. It looked like one had been either removed or cut. Of course, the charger no longer worked. A third experience I had occurred when I noticed all of my brand new razors began to be dulled. I had bought a pack of 5 or something, and the blade had been so dulled that you could barely see the blade at all. No matter how hard I pressed, the razor wouldn't even begin to get rid of the hair growing back on my legs. This happened with about 5 or so razors. I actually still have them because I wanted to keep them as proof or something. Anyway, over time, the paranormal experiences began to escalate. We started seeing the same ghostly figures. However, they didn't like to let you look for long. Blue was the taller of the two. Anytime they appeared, they'd be well over 6 feet tall. They had a head, but they had no face. Red was the same way. No face, except they were shorter, appearing under 6 feet. Megan and Olivia and I would also dream about them in similar ways. They wouldn't have a face in our dreams either, just a regular person without any features. Most of the dreams I experienced weren't too crazy, except for one. I can remember 4 dreams specifically. One was just Blue and Red and I drinking in a park or something. Another was Blue and I sitting at a table in a dimly lit room, talking. And it ended with Blue giving me a hug. The third occurred just after my dog passed away. I had a dream with Blue, and I was just talking about my dog, showing them pictures as they comforted me. Then, the fourth dream. It was the most confusing. I was in a school, and I was hiding under a desk. I had a gun, and they just stood there, watching me, very intently. I don't remember much else, though, because that might have been the point when I woke up. It also intensified in a way that none of us really knew how to react. Megan was joking around with Olivia and called her a hoe. It wasn't serious at all, but Red took it as a serious matter anyways and spent the entire next day messing with Megan in a mean way. She had her car door closed on her. Her milkshake exploded in her face, like someone had squeezed the cup really hard. Anyway, this is when Elizabeth starts to get involved because Megan tells her about the experiences. Megan and Elizabeth know each other in person, and Megan would often talk to Elizabeth because they had been best friends for a long time. Megan had been feeling excluded during the sessions, and Elizabeth was feeling skeptical of everything. This led to an argument, and I remember Blue stating word for word, "It's like talking to a brick wall," when referencing the argument with Megan. This argument led to Megan not really participating much anymore with Olivia and I. However, she and Elizabeth started doing their own sessions privately, without Olivia and I knowing until later on. Olivia and I continued doing the board together. The group got to a point where we were sort of paired. Blue would hang around with me more, and Red would hang around with Olivia more. I remember 2 times when I was at school, I was bored. I was in English class one day, and I felt Blue near me because of the pressure on my shoulders. I grabbed a sheet of paper and I wrote that I was bored. And I said that Blue should do something to scare everyone. Well, sure enough, when we were all standing at the back of the classroom, 10 or so minutes later, a laptop at the front of the room was shoved across the desk on its own. Then there was another time when myself and some others were sitting in the auditorium. I did the same thing. I grabbed a piece of paper, said I was bored, and told Blue that they should do something to try to scare everyone. Not long after, there was a loud banging coming from the back wall of the auditorium. It was so loud it sounded like fireworks. Nobody could have been doing it from the other side either, because the other side was a brick wall. I'll go over a few other experiences that stand out to me, even 4 years later. Some guys were bothering me in the hallway at school. It was just us because classes were still going on. All of a sudden, I felt Blue's energy, and this was followed by a really loud banging on the lockers. Everyone was confused, and the boys, they decided to go back to class because the experience was so strange to them. Once I was left alone in the hallway, the banging stopped. Then there were a few times when I was in the art room. I'd get this intense pins and needles feelings on my arm and wrist, followed by the smell of floral perfume. I was confused the first time it happened, and I wondered, where was it coming from? Until Olivia mentioned some perfume that she had. I asked her what it smelled like, and then smelled my wrist again. And that's when the dots connected. This entity had, for some reason, put Olivia's perfume on my wrist. This only happened whenever I was anxious in class. Anyways, this continued for a while. However, Olivia and I both going through a lot individually because neither of us had great childhoods or an easy time at school. This is when we started to grow apart because it was affecting our relationship. I'm not entirely sure how this conversation came up. I think Elizabeth had messaged me to warn Olivia and I not to do the board anymore. I was confused and I started asking her all of these questions about what's going on. This is when she told me that her and Megan had continued using the board on their own. And these are what I remember to be the correct order of events that happened during Megan and Elizabeth's session. A female spirit, Blue and Red, were contacted. So 3 spirits. I believe the female spirit was contacted first. The female spirit admitted to being evil, and she said to stay away from Blue and Red. The female admitted to wanting Megan, Elizabeth, and myself out. She even admitted to trying to scare me away. We believe she may have stopped or may have been made to stop by Blue and Red. We still have unanswered questions about this female spirit. However, Blue and Red didn't share anything about this female spirit being around in our session previously. After the female spirit, Megan and Elizabeth were able to get through to Blue and Red. Megan and Elizabeth tried asking about the female spirit. However, neither would give up any information. Blue and Red just told them to stay away from her. The female spirit came through again and said the same about Blue and Red, to stay away from them. Blue and Red came back through. Red wouldn't admit to anything, and Blue stated that they never wanted us to know about the female spirit. Neither were showing any aggression at this point. Then, Elizabeth explains how Blue's behavior changed. They wanted emotion and even started flirting, making sexual comments, saying that they loved Elizabeth. Elizabeth gently rejected them, and Blue seemed hurt. This is when I became skeptical that it was the same spirit at all. However, it really was Blue. They were giving information about myself that nobody else would have known, and this was without Megan and Elizabeth asking for it. Blue proved to be who they were more by giving very extensive, consistent information about themselves. They also acted anxious, depressed, shy, and quiet, like normal. Their most common sentence during the session was, "Love me." They didn't get Red a ton at first, from what they believe, but whenever they did, Blue would hardly speak afterwards, if at all. Red is a strong entity, much stronger than Blue. It was this session that made that obvious. What was also made more obvious was how territorial they were. Red told Elizabeth that she didn't like her for the first few months of her being involved because she was too skeptical of them. She'd wanted to profile them and get information. At this point, Elizabeth tells me this. Red loves to play, and so does Blue. It's not a game that you can mutually play because you don't know the rules. You don't even know the game. This is when things really ramped up quickly. Elizabeth was consumed with an overwhelming amount of anger. She threw the planchette across the room, and nothing but purely hateful things just started spilling out of her mouth. She didn't even remember what she had said. And I wasn't there to be able to say either. That's when Blue came through again and kept saying, "Love me." Elizabeth snapped at them like she'd never snapped before, saying that she didn't love them, that she could never love anybody. She said some other things, but I was never told what. Elizabeth was consumed by anger once again, and she said it was so intense that there was this white noise in her ears. And that's when the board said this over and over again. "You're just like me. You're just like me. You're just like me." Elizabeth called for Blue, but the board spelled Red's name, or their nickname, from when they were alive. At this point, Elizabeth was crying and denying it, but she was still filled with so much anger. And then Megan started to be filled with a sadness and depression that she'd never felt in her life, and she struggled to calm down. Then the board said, "You try to figure me out because you're scared." Remember, Elizabeth was skeptical and wanted information. By the time the board finishes spelling this out, Elizabeth became aware that she had been saying, "I'm just like them. I'm just like them. I'm just like them," over and over again. The board spelled, "You're gonna break," as Elizabeth kept repeating the same sentence over and over again. Megan began to get angry at this point. This is the last time I remember or have the conversation. But I do remember Olivia and I not believing what they told us about that experience. I don't know why, but we continued to do the board. But not for very long. We continued growing apart before finally deciding that it was no longer healthy for us to be friends. We haven't done the board in a long time. However, I still feel them around, and I know that they're there. In fact, I've had to move locations completely while writing this because the energy has been so strong. I can even feel their breath on my arms as I write. So this starts out rather boring. A few years ago, I signed a lease on an apartment for my final years of university. It's a studio apartment, nothing special. The building itself is only notable for the fact that the architecture is so unremarkable. There's a modern high-rise across the street and a historic apartment building next door. When I first picked up my keys, the landlord's employee who gave them to me told me that she lived in the building and that I could go to her if I needed anything after hours. This wasn't a weird or sexual comment, as the property office closed at 3 on weekdays and noon on Fridays. Fast forward several months and I'm noticing strange behavior from her. She no longer says hello to me or any of the other tenants. She's complaining about loud noises coming from my apartment when I'm not home, and I've made sure all of my appliances are off and in power save mode. She'd also wake up at an ungodly early hour, 4 a.m., and have an extensive phone call, 2 hours, and then go back to sleep, only to wake up crying loudly by 9 a.m. This was a consistent pattern, 4 or 5 days a week. After the Christmas holiday, I receive a call from the landlord's office, asking me if I've recently had contact with this girl. I say no, as I've been in my home state for the holiday for over a week. The rep from the office says that she didn't properly prep the building before she left on holiday, and there was a pipe that burst, some ventilation damage, and other assorted issues. I return to my apartment the day before New Year's Eve so I can celebrate with friends, and I run into her boyfriend on the front stoop of the building. He tells me that he hasn't heard from her in a few days, which is unusual behavior for her. We knocked on her apartment door. She immediately began shouting at us, screaming our names, even though we never identified ourselves, merely knocked. Her boyfriend left shortly thereafter. He was needed at work. I went into my unit to make dinner, but began to receive a flurry of rage-filled, hateful text messages from her number. Given the contrast of the violence in her messages and what I perceived was her normal self, I was alarmed. I texted her boyfriend and I called the landlord. The landlord said they would look into it when business resumed on January 2nd. Her boyfriend texted me several hours later, something about her dad was going to be visiting that following week. I shrugged off the angry texts and I deleted them. I had no intention of pressing harassment charges. Later that week, I see her father's truck in the lot behind the building. While I was taking out garbage, I walk up and I say hello, exchange a few pleasantries. I didn't notice right away, but his pupils were quite small. Without attempting to be intrusive, I asked how his daughter was doing, just to be polite. At that moment, his demeanor changed profoundly, and he seemed to be in a hurry to leave the lot. Thinking nothing of it, I went back inside. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, I started having trouble sleeping. Not just tossing and turning, but I would take sleeping pills and I would get only 6 hours of sleep every 2 days. It was a very difficult period. One night, I decided to forego the over-the-counter sleep aids to try to reset my body clock. As I lay there in the dark, I could see things moving in my apartment. People have said it was like a trick of the light or something. But the thing is, I use 2 layers of blackout curtains on each window, and I unplug all of my electronics each night. There was nowhere for the light to come in from in order to create this sort of shadow play. So I decided to lie still until I was fully able to finally fall asleep. At 3 a.m., I was awoken by the sound of her crying. But this time, it was more like a howling. It was the most unsettling noise I've heard in my 2.5 decades on this planet. That semester, I was in a class with a boyfriend who was a graduate student at the time. We became friends over the course of this semester, and he began to confide in me events that were more disturbing than what I'd already experienced. Despite no personal or family history of mental illness, he told me that one evening while they were out to dinner, she lied to him that she was pregnant. He, doing his best to cope with that news, started talking with her about how they could raise the child. In his excitement, he rattled off to her a handful of baby names that he was fond of. To his surprise, she had a strong dislike for one of the girl names, and she became so enraged, she stabbed herself in the hand with a steak knife. This information caught me totally off guard, and I was in disbelief. He told me that her parents drove from 4 hours away to check her into a mental hospital for the involuntary 72 hours. After that time was over, physicians couldn't pinpoint a clear diagnosis, so she was released without mandated supervision. As the semester wore on, her behavior grew increasingly unhinged. I no longer spoke to her, but one time sneezed late at night, which angered her to the point that she tried to file a noise complaint against me. That incident resulted in her being fined. By the time exams came around, I wanted to move out more than I wanted to pass any of my classes. After finals ended, she packed up her belongings and moved out. In an effort to be helpful, I carried a few boxes to the U-Haul that she'd rented and had parked in the lot. Sitting on top of one of the smaller boxes, I noticed a wooden board with the words yes and no branded on it, along with the English alphabet and numbers. It was a Ouija board. After she left, I lived in that apartment another year and never again encountered the strange shadow apparitions. Also, her replacement moved into the same apartment and, on occasion, would tell me that his apartment smelled rotten, like there was something dead in the walls. I never told him about seeing the Ouija board, but to this day, I suspect she had some sort of demonic attachment or oppression after treating the Ouija like a toy, and that negative energy, it bled into my apartment while leaving a permanent marker on the unit she still inhabited. Very unsettling. Several years ago, maybe a year or so after I finished high school, I was with a group of friends. I'm going to change their names, including my own. Anyway, this group of friends and I were quite bored on a summer night in a small town. So naturally, we broke out a Ouija board. Like most places, we had our local ghost stories. You know, the tales told to kids to keep them out of the woods. Well, we took our $12.99 glow-in-the-dark Ouija board to one of our town's most infamous spaces at midnight. So me, Phoebe, along with friends Monica, Rachel, Joey, Chandler, Janice, and Ross. We all went to our local junior high courtyard, where, legend has it, you'll hear a baby cry at midnight. This is where we went to use the board. We started by asking all the usual questions, and wouldn't you know it, not a damn thing happened. So, defeated and still bored, we trudged back to Rachel's place. She lived real close. Her mom was really chill. Looking back on it, probably a little too chill, but she told us that we should have lit candles, sat in a circle, really do the damn thing. So, being incredibly stupid and immature teenagers, we did it again. But this time, it was a little different. We asked all the usual. Is there someone here? Yes. Do you want to harm us? No. Monica started acting strange. She was breathing kind of heavy, tearing up. No one else really noticed, but I did. I wish I'd said something. Rachel asked, "Do you want to tell us something?" Yes. What? Joey and Chandler had noticed by now that Monica was visibly and audibly upset. We met eyes. Not wanting to break the link that we created, without words, we agreed to let it ride. What? Janice asked the board, again, more forcefully this time, as she was becoming scared and impatient. Hurt. That's when Monica let go. She began rocking back and forth, crying and sweating profusely. Ross started to go to her, but along with the others, I screamed for him to stop. Don't break the link. Rachel, eyes now brimmed with tears, asked, "You want to hurt one of us?" No. So, someone we know will get hurt, maybe? Yes. Okay. We all sat back, Monica still noticeably hyperventilating. While Ross's face was still plastered with worry, Chandler gave me the "she's totally being dramatic" look. And honestly, I agreed. I wanted to get this moving along already. So I said, "Fine. Who is going to get hurt?" Jay. And circle. Jay. Rinse and repeat, just Jay. We briefly discussed as a group. None of us knew someone whose name began with a J. Me again. So, someone with a J name is going to get hurt? Yes. How? Wreck. Monica had visible tears rolling down her cheeks. I was beginning to get annoyed. Is anyone else going to get hurt? Yes. Well, who? I demanded impatiently. Brian. At this point, it was like 2 a.m. We were all irritated and bored and just blew out the candles and quit playing. We never said goodbye to the board. I was actually spending the night with Rachel that night, and once everyone had left and we'd settled into bed, it was about 3 a.m. Just as I closed my pretty little eyes, my mother called me. My cousin, Jay, was in a really bad motorcycle wreck. He wasn't dead, but he was hurt. Really bad. In a coma. But here's what really had me fucked up. He and his wife had just had their son a couple of weeks before. They named him Brian. I know it sounds absolutely bonkers, but it's been almost 20 years, and my cousin Jay, he's alive. When he came out of this coma, he was different. Sometimes I'll catch him looking at me, but I won't recognize his eyes. If I'm ever alone in a room with him, I'm just overwhelmed by this lightheaded feeling. I don't know, man. Since using a Ouija board, I've had extreme sleep paralysis and objects moving. Firstly, I need to say I'm not sure how I feel about the paranormal. I've had a lot of experiences, but I've tried to believe that it's not real, due to being scared to believe in it 100%. I'm a 23-year-old female, and when I was a child, I saw a lot of stuff. I had a music box that would regularly play for me, without twisting it, which was given to me by my dead grandma. Also, my brother was sleeping one day on the top bunk, and a book somehow fell on his face. Yet, there was no bookshelf or anything around or above him, so it must have been thrown or something. He also said that he saw a dead girl on top of his wardrobe when he woke up screaming one night. He must have been around 6 years old. When I was a young girl, I had a China doll that my mom won from the fair. Sounds typical, I know. One day I woke up and the China doll was on my chest, when I knew that I'd put it at the end of the bed on the dresser. So my brother and I smashed it up. We were traumatized. I was so scared by all of the stuff that had happened, I had to see a counselor. Because I was petrified, I forgot to mention, I also heard a scream from under my bed. And one day, me and my brother slept in the living room, and we heard heavy breathing. We both held our breath and realized it was something else. We ran upstairs into our parents' room. Also, I'm not sure if this is relevant or helps, but we have traveler's blood in our family. My mom's mom was a witch and did readings or something. Unfortunately, she turned into an alcoholic, so my mom was adopted as a very young baby. So she doesn't know much about her, and she was brought up differently. We're not travelers or anything. I could write an entire post about this, but my mom was literally able to predict her stepmom's death and has dreams about accidents that have happened. The other day, she dreamt someone wearing red got hit by a scooter. And that same day, we drove past a serious scooter accident where the injured was wearing a red top, just like she dreamt about. Also, if she's ever cursed people, they've died, so she doesn't do that anymore. I've had dreams and have started to predict things lately too, but I like to think that all of this is just coincidence. However, lately, I'm questioning that belief. Anyways, a few years ago when I was 18, I decided to try using a Ouija board in my house with my brother and with my mom's permission. We didn't do it for long, and I know it was stupid. Apparently we got through to something, and it said that it had been watching me since I was a child. But I just assumed my brother was playing a prank on me, so we stopped. I kid you not. That same week, I started getting sleep paralysis, and for 4 years, I get it almost every day. When I get sleep paralysis, it feels like it's something evil, usually the same thing or multiple different things. 60% of the time, I'm being touched or assaulted. It also whispers things to me, and it can be really horrible or sometimes really nice. I wake up drenched in sweat because it can be that scary. I feel it's taken a toll on my mental health, my overall sleep. Also, when I've seen it, it looks like a long, tall, black figure with long nails. I'm writing this post because the other day, not only did I have sleep paralysis, but I awakened to my chandelier moving, and it freaked the shit out of me. I had no windows open or anything, so what the fuck was that? Also, I've woken up to hearing other things move. If I've invited something into my house, or I've had something attached to me all of my life, how do I get rid of it? I'm scared. What should I do? There's a bit of a backstory, but it's important. In February 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It had a moon and a sun in the top corners, 2 images on the bottom that I really don't remember. She made plans with 2 of her friends, S and D, and myself, to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it in our house, and we decided to go to S's house, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait to take out the board until 12 a.m., the witching hour, to have a higher chance of making contact with something, I guess. We had a dance party, and we ate a ton of junk food. At about 10:30, we settled down to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45 p.m., S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, and got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette, while D sat next to us with a piece of paper and a pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and we asked questions, without much luck. We stopped and we talked about what we could do to help move things along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone that would take words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought that it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about how the candles were too bright, or someone wasn't open enough to it. And D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, and then Y, and then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye, now." We did, and the feeling was gone, as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure eights, or moving to the four corners, it's a bad spirit or a demon trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would just think that I was messing with them, that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I'd never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired, I was vulnerable to the attack. I'll never play with the board again. It's not a game. It's so real, and it can go very wrong. Like most people, I had a rather unfavorable experience while playing with a Ouija board. I was 16 years old, my sister was 15, and her friend also 15. We thought we were witches, basically. I'm not knocking witches, but we just weren't them. We lit our candles, we turned out all the lights, and we set this up in our bonus room. My parents usually went to bed pretty early. As soon as they did, we started the session. No one spoke at first, and we hadn't really discussed exactly what we were going to ask, but eventually my sister asks, "If someone is here with us, can you tell us your name?" We waited. Nothing. 10 minutes goes by and our patience is dwindling. My sister asks again, "Can you tell us your name?" A few moments later, we all feel the planchette move, ever so slightly and slowly, towards no. I instantly knew that no one was messing with me because they each looked more afraid than I did. So I ask, "Do you want to talk to us?" It moves slightly away from the no, and then quickly back to it. And then, like something straight out of a horror movie, the planchette repeats this motion over and over, quickly, as if screaming no at us. We all let go simultaneously and stand upright. My sister's friend looks like she's about to pass out. We're standing over the board, essentially staring at it, like we knew something more was going to happen. We watched as the planchette lifted off the board, hovering about 4 inches above it. Instinctually, we all grabbed hands, and we waited for this thing to drop. Meanwhile, you can hear our dog going crazy from the other side of the door, barking nastily and scratching at the door. He was relentless. I knew my parents would wake up any minute. The planchette was still hovering over the board, sitting perfectly still in the air. We all let out a yelp when my parents came bursting into the bonus room. I never took my eyes off the board, though, and I watched as the planchette fell suddenly. My sister let go of my hand and ran out of the room, her friend following close behind, leaving me to explain to my parents what we were doing. Before going back to bed, my mom grabs my sister and her friend from her room, telling them that they need to be with me when I say goodbye, that we have to say goodbye to the board, and to promise not to use that thing in the house anymore. So, scared shitless, we returned to the board and said our goodbyes. The board didn't say it back, but we felt our job was done. That bonus room must have absorbed some sort of bad juju. Our dog never stepped foot in there again without making a huge fuss, and he wasn't a fussy boy. When my parents were getting ready to sell the house, there were lots of accidents that took place in that room. An electrical fire, paint splatter, and the door refusing to open unless you were literally about to break it down. My intuition tells me that it's more than just a coincidence. When I was a young teen, my best friend and I spent a summer surfing the Ouija board. Mostly we just asked silly, mundane questions, and mostly we got answers that seemed to fit. There was never a specific spirit or entity associated with our Ouija board explorations, and we never felt threatened in any way. Until the day that all changed. One day, a specific personality started to communicate with us. He was male and forceful. He would tell us to do things. Harmless things like taking a poster off the wall or something. But still, it was weird. I asked him his name, which he provided. I don't remember it anymore, so I'll call him Gordon. I asked him where he had lived before becoming a spirit. He gave an address in a nearby small town. I never went to this small town, so no idea if it was real or not, but I had a map so I could look it up. It was real. I asked my sister to drive me there. I was still too young to drive, just to check it out. My friend was spooked and didn't want to go, so my sister and I go to this address. An ordinary-looking house in a wooded cul-de-sac. Nobody was around, so I knocked on the door. No answer. I'm not willing to give up, so I knock at the next-door neighbor's door. A guy answers. He looks like he's maybe in his 50s or 60s. Too young to be old in my eyes, but older than my parents or the parents of my friends at school. I asked him if he knew the man who I'm now calling Gordon, if he ever lived in the house next to him. He thinks for a minute, gets a little faraway look in his eye, and then says yes, someone named Gordon did used to live there. But he disappeared about 15 years ago, and nobody knew why or what had become of him. He couldn't tell me anything more, just said that he didn't remember anything about Gordon other than he lived there and then he didn't. I couldn't wait to get home and tell my best friend. I couldn't wait to pull out the Ouija board and find out more. When we did, Gordon came through right away. He was more aggressive than ever, insisting we do this and that, draw this, gather that. It felt creepy. Even though none of it was hurtful or inappropriate, it just felt wrong. I asked why he wanted us to do these things, and he only grew more insistent, more edgy, more dangerous feeling. I said no, we're not going to do it, Why do you want it so badly? He understood that I had drawn a line, one that I wouldn't cross. Then he told us that if we had done what he'd asked, then he could get us to trade places with him, whatever the fuck that meant. And then, on the board, it just spelled out, ha, ha, over and over again, faster, until it eventually stopped. Damn. Poke my eyes out with a stick so I never have to see that again. It freaked us both out, and that was the last time we ever did the Ouija board. There's a bit of backstory, but it's important. In February of 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It has a moon and a sun in the top two corners, 2 images on the bottom that I don't really remember. She made plans with 2 of our friends and myself to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it at our house. We decided to go to one of her friends' houses, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait and take the board out at 12 a.m., the witching hour, to have a higher chance of making contact with something. We had a dance party, ate a ton of junk food, and about 10:30, we settled to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45, S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette, while the other friend, D, sat next to us with paper and pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and asked questions without much luck. We stopped and talked about what we could do to help things move along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone. It claimed to translate the words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about the candles being too bright, or someone not being open enough to it, when D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, then Y, then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye now." We did. The feeling was gone as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure 8s, or moving to the 4 corners, it's a bad spirit or demon. It's trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would think I was just messing with them, that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired. I was vulnerable to attack. I'll never play with a board again. It's not a game. It's so real and can go very wrong.